Intro. In the vast realm of human wisdom and spirituality, there exists a profound and enigmatic concept, a treasure trove of ancient knowledge known as the secret of the golden flower. This mystical and captivating idea hails from the heart of ancient China, a land rich with traditions and wisdoms that have shaped the course of human history for millennia. The secret of the golden flower is not an ordinary secret, nor is it a physical flower hidden away in some far-off mystical garden. Instead, it is a metaphoric key that unlocks the deepest chambers of the human mind and spirit. It is a timeless guide that illuminates the path to self-discovery, spiritual awakening, and inner transformation. This secret, like an elusive whisper carried by the wind, has been passed down through the ages from master to disciple. As sacred and esoteric teachings, its roots are entwined with the tapestry of Chinese philosophy, Taoist, and ancient alchemy practice. Yet, its essence transcends borders and resonates with seekers of wisdom worldwide, transcending cultural boundaries and speaking to the universal human longing for meaning and enlightenment. The secret of the golden flower offers a profound insight into the nature of the self and its connection to the greater cosmos. It explores the delicate balance between the forces of light and darkness, yin and yang, and the dynamic interplay between the masculine and female principles. Through its teachings, it unveils the inner workings of the human psyche, shedding light on the eternal struggle between our desires and our highest aspirations. With these pages, we embark on a journey of exploration, a quest to unravel the levels of symbolism and wisdom concealed within the petals of this golden flower. We will delve into the ancient texts and teachings that have preserved this secret through the ages, seeking to understand its prevalence in our modern world and its potential to guide us toward a deeper, more meaningful existence. As we embark on this journey together, let us approach the secret of the golden flower with open hearts and receptive minds. Let us embrace the mystery, for it is in the unknown that we often discover the greatest truths about ourselves and the universe we inhabit. The path ahead may be filled with challenges and revelations, but it is a path that promises transformation, enlightenment, and a deeper connection to the timeless wisdom of the ages. Join us as we unlock the secrets of the golden flower, a journey that may forever change the way you perceive yourself and the world around you. Down the rabbit hole. This has been an incredible journey going down the rabbit hole. When I was a kid, I heard the word synchronicity, but to be honest, I didn't have a clue what it meant. Yes, I knew back then that Carl Jung coined this word, but I didn't ever recall having that experience. Fast forward 50 years, and synchronicity is part of my life. Writing this book has been an incredible journey, seeing synchronicity working. A few months ago, I saw that somewhere on the internet, a book called The Secret of the Golden Flower. I had never heard of that book before. Upon investigating, I learned that it was a sacred Taoist book. This book was translated by Richard Wilhelm. The commentary was by C.G. Young. I believe that we are given situations in life at times when we are ready for them. When I was around 18, to be honest, I had a hard time with the works of Carl Jung. They were outside of my understanding. He was talking in a language that I didn't understand. Fast forward 50 years, and I'm in love with his work. I read his book and was blown away by it. I read the book on YouTube. They had a video of someone reading the entire book. That got me started down the rabbit hole. Upon further searching, I saw there's a series around 30 videos on Edgar Cayce and the Secret of the Golden Flower. It was given in the early 70s by Hugh Lynn Cayce and Herbert Herbert. Hugh Lynn was the son of Edgar Cayce. It was so endearing that many times throughout his commentary he would say, "Dad would say this," and "Dad would say that." It was the closest thing that I got to being near Edgar Cayce. I stumbled upon a talk by John Van Auken on the Secret of the Golden Flower. He wrote a book on Edgar Cayce and the Secret of the Golden Flower. This is where it got interesting for me. When he took the course, he was in his early 20s. To my knowledge, this course was given once. Somehow, with synchronicity, he was there. He said in his talk that he's been practicing the teachings of Edgar Cayce and the Secret of the Golden Flower for 50 years. He was asked by someone why he had been practicing this for 50 years. Why not write a book on Edgar Cayce and the Secret of the Golden Flower? I'm reading his book, and I highly recommend people to read it. This book's on Edgar Cayce and the Secret of the Golden Flower contains the essence of discovering one's true name. I've been interested in the works of Osho for around 50 years. During the same time frame, Osho presented a series of talks on the Secret of the Golden Flower. There is a series of videos on these talks, and I have a link to his book, The Secret of Secrets, which contains chapters on the Secret of the Golden Flower. Shiva Duty was a young man. At that time, he was my same age. He attended all the lectures given on this subject in India. I found on YouTube about 30 YouTube videos on a course he developed on the Secret of the Golden Flower. It's amazing how the universe will provide wisdom for those who are interested. People say, I write too many books. Nobody is interested in someone who writes so much. That may be true, but I don't consider myself an author. I consider myself a researcher. This is why I've written over 80 books in the last 7 years. I'm seeing the thread of love tying us all together. Signposts are all around us. We just need to have the eyes to see. The 8 Taoist Immortals, Keepers of Ancient Wisdom. In the rich tapestry of Chinese folklore and Taoist traditions, the 8 Taoist Immortals stand as legendary figures, each bearing unique attributes and lessons for those who seek spiritual insight and wisdom. This chapter explores the mythology, symbolism, and teachings associated with these revered immortals. 1. Immortal Woman, the Pure One. Immersed in the symbolism of purity and simplicity, immortal woman, he is often depicted holding a lotus flower. She teaches the value of inner purity and the shedding of material attachment as a path to spiritual enlightenment. 2. The royal uncle. Geo Gaju, the brother of the Song Dynasty emperor, is known for his musical talents and sense of justice. His lessons lie in the importance of harmonizing one's inner and outer words, maintaining virtue, and using one's talents for the greater goods. 3. Li Taiguao, the Iron Crutch, Li. Li Taiguao, often depicted as a beggar with a crutch, embodies perseverance and adaptability. He teaches the resilience to endure life's challenges and the ability to find wisdom in adversity. 4. Lang Kai, the flower basket immortal. The enigmatic Lan Kashi is typically portrayed as a beggar dressed in rags carrying a basket of flowers. Lan symbolizes the unpredictability and impermanence of life. This immortal encourages us to embrace the ever-changing nature of existence. 5. Zhang Gualo, the old man with a drum. Zhang Gualo is known for his playful demeanor and his ability to summon a magical drum. He represents the joy of living in the present moment and reminds us not to take life too seriously. 6. Han Xianji, the philosopher. Han Xianji, a skilled musician and nephew of the great philosopher Han Fei, teaches the value of harmonizing intellect and intuition. His lessons emphasize that true wisdom is found in the balance of heart and mind. 7. Lu Dongbin, the scholar and alchemist. As one of the most revered of the 8 immortals, Li Dongbin embodies scholarly wisdom and is often depicted holding a sword. He is associated with inner alchemy and the quest for spiritual enlightenment through self-transformation. 8. Zhanglin Quan, the elixir master. Zhanglin Quan, known for his plump appearance and wine gourd, represents the cultivation of inner energy and the search for immortality. He teaches the importance of balance, moderation, and inner alchemy practices. The mortals collect wisdom. Together, the 8 immortals, the 8 Taoist immortals, represents a diverse range of virtues, philosophies, and paths to spiritual realization. Their collective wisdom underscores the holistic nature of Taoist spirituality, where the pursuit of immortality is not about physical longevity, but the attainment of inner enlightenment and harmony with the Tao. Epilogue. The Living Legacy. The legend of the 8 Taoist immortals lives on as a source of inspiration and guidance for those on the path to self-discovery and spiritual growth. Their enduring tales continue to remind us of the profound teachings of Taoism and the timeless wisdom that resides within each of us, waiting to be awakened on our own journey towards enlightenment. Immortal Woman, He, the Pure One. In the pantheon of the 8 Taoist immortals, immortal woman He, also known as He Sanju, shines as a symbol of purity, simplicity, and inner transformation. This chapter delves into the life, symbolism, and spiritual significance of immortal woman He. The mystical presence of an immortal woman, He. He, Sanju's legendary existence, often rooted in the Tang Dynasty, 8th century, though historical accounts are scarce. Her story, passed down through oral tradition and folklore, paints a vivid picture of her character and significance with Taoist philosophy. The symbolism of purity. He Zanggu is often depicted as a beautiful, ethereal woman dressed in white, carrying a lotus flower or a peach and accompanied by a mystical deer. These symbols reflect her association with purity and transcendence. The white rose represents his untarnished nature, while the lotus and the peach symbolizes spiritual enlightenment and longevity. The lotus as a symbol of enlightenment. The lotus, which often blooms in muddy waters, signifies the potential for spiritual purity and awakening, even in the midst of life challenges and impurities. Immortal woman, He's lotus carries the message that anyone can attain inner purity and spiritual growth, regardless of their external circumstances. The deer companion. Sanju's companion, the mystical deer, is a symbol of longevity, grace, and gentleness. The presence of the deer underscores the harmony and balance that accompanies a life of inner purity and simplicity. Simplicity and asceticism. Hu Zanju's path to immortality is often associated with simplicity and asceticism. She is said to have lived a life of frugality, consuming only a small amount of grains and practicing strict celibacy. Her simplicity serves as a reminder that spiritual progress can be attained through a life unburdened by material excess. The nectar of immortality. In some legends, immortal woman is known for her discovery of the nectar of immortality. This nectar, sometimes referred to as a peach elixir, is a metaphor for the elixir of inner transformation and spiritual awakening that she achieved through her diligent practice. Teachings on purity and simplicity. The Zanggu story and symbolism offers valuable teachings on the importance of inner purity, simplicity, and detachment from material distinctions. Her path underscores that true immortality is not about physical longevity, but the attainment of inner clarity, transcendence of ego, and oneness with the Tao. Conclusion. The Pure One's legacy. Immortal woman He continues to inspire seekers on the path to spiritual growth and enlightenment. Her life and symbolism reminds us that purity, simplicity, and inner transformation are attainable by anyone willing to embrace the principles of Taoism and cultivate a harmonious relationship with the Tao. In her purity, she teaches us that the path to the sacred is often found in the simplicity of heart. Kyle Guju, the royal uncle. In the eight Taoist immortals, Guy Guju, known as the royal uncle, emerges as a symbol of musical harmony, ethical virtue, and a sense of justice. This chapter explores the life, attributes, and profound teachings embodied by Kyle Goju. The life of Kyle Goju. Kyle Goju's legendary existence is often situated during the Song Dynasty, 12th century. The historical records remain limited. As a younger brother of Empress Cao, he held a prestigious position within the imperial court. Musical mastery and ethical virtue. Kyle Goju was renowned for his exceptional musical talents. He played various instruments with skill and grace, captivating audience with harmonious melodies. His mastery as music is emblematic of his commitment to harmony, not only in sound, but also in life. The royal court and moral dilemmas. Kyle Goju's position in the royal court placed him in a unique position to observe the complexities of politics and power. He is celebrated for his unwavering commitment to ethical virtue, refusing to compromise his principles for political gain. His stories underscores the importance of maintaining moral integrity, even in the face of temptation and adversity. The Qin Dynasty legend. One popular legend depicts Kyle Goju's departure from the imperial court due to the injustices he witnessed. In this tale, he is known for hanging his official hat on a plum tree to symbolize his resignation from political life. This act signifies his dedication to justice and his rejection of corrupt practices. The plum blossom symbolism. The plum tree, with its delicate blossoms that bloom even in the harshness of winter, holds significant symbolism in Gaijiu's legend. It represents resilience, endurance, and the ability to maintain one's virtue and purity amidst challenging circumstances. Musical harmony as a path to spiritual enlightenment. Kyle Goju's master of music is not merely an artistic talent, but also a metaphor for attaining spiritual harmony. The resonance of harmonious melodies mirrors the enlightenment of one's inner self with the Tao, emphasizing the importance of inner balance and inner peace. Justice and compassion. Kyle Goju's commitment to justice and ethical virtue serves as a reminder of the importance of compassion and fairness in one's actions. His story inspires us to stand up for what is right and just, even in the face of opposition. Conclusion. The Royal Uncle's Legacy. Kyle Goju, the Royal Uncle, continues to inspire those on the path of righteousness and ethical living. His life and symbolism reminds us that true greatness is measured not by worldly achievement, but by the commitment to moral integrity, harmonious living, and the pursuit of justice. His legacy serves as a guiding light for those who seek to balance the inner and outer worlds, embracing ethical virtue and harmony as keys to spiritual enlightenment. Li Taiguai, the Iron Crutch. Among the revered 8 Taoist immortals, Li Taiguai, also known as the Iron Crutch, stands as a symbol of resilience, adaptability, and the transformative power of spiritual awakening. This chapter delves into the life, symbolism, and spiritual significance of Li Dangguai. The life of Li Dangguai. Li Dangguai's existence, although rooted in legend, is often associated with the Song Dynasty 10th century. His story tells a remarkable journey of inner alchemy and spiritual transformation. The iconic iron crutch. Li Dangguai is famously depicted as an old, hunchbacked man leaning on an iron crutch. This symbol symbolizes both physical infirmity and spiritual resistance. It serves as a reminder that appearances can be deceiving and that true strength often resides within. A journey of adversity and transformation. Li Dangguai's legend recounts a life filled with adversity. He is said to have fallen seriously ill, leaving his body behind to wander the realms in search of spiritual enlightenment. During this time, he temporarily inhabited the body of a beggar, symbolizing the transient nature of the physical self. Resilience and adaptability. The central lessons of Li Dangguai's story is one of resilience and adaptability. Despite his physical limitations, he continued to quest for spiritual growth and transformation. His ability to adapt to changing circumstances reflects the Taoist principle of going with the flow and finding strength and flexibility. The cauldron of transformation. In some variations of the legend, Li Dangguai is associated with a magical cauldron that symbolizes inner alchemy and spiritual refinement. This cauldron represents the transformative power of inner cultivation, where base elements are transmitted into spiritual gold through self-awareness and perseverance. Renunciation and detachment. Li Dangguai's choice to renounce his original body and embrace the form of a beggar serves as a reminder of the Taoist value of detachment from the material world. It illustrates the notion that true liberation comes from letting go of egoic attachments and realizes the importance and impermanence of the physical self. A message of inner transformation. Li Dangguai's story conveys a message of inner transformation and the journey of self-realization. It emphasizes that regardless of one's physical condition or life circumstances, the power to spiritual growth and enlightenment is open to all who are willing to embark on it. Conclusion. The Resilient Sage. Li Dangguai, the Iron Crutch, continues to inspire seekers on the path of inner alchemy and spiritual awakening. His life and symbolism reminds us that true strength is found in adaptability, resilience, and a willingness to transcend the limitations of the physical self. His legacy serves as a beacon of hope and an inspiration for those who embrace the transformation journey of self-discovery and spiritual growth. Lu Dongbin, a scholar and alchemist. Lu Dongbin, one of the esteemed 8 Taoist immortals, stands as a symbol of scholarly wisdom, inner alchemy, and the transformative power of spiritual enlightenment. This chapter explores the life, teachings, and significance of Lu Dongbin. The life of Lu Dongbin. While historical figures about Lu Dongbin's life are limited, He is often associated with the Tang Dynasty, 8th century, and is celebrated as the most revered figures in Taoist tradition. The scholarly sage Lu Dongbin is often depicted as a scholar, reflecting his background in Confucianism before embarking on his Taoist journey. His transition from a scholarly life to one of spiritual enlightenment emphasizes the transformative power of inner alchemy and self-realization. Mastery of the sword. Lu Dongbin is frequently depicted carrying a sword, symbolizing his proficiency in both martial and inner arts. The sword is known as the sword of discrimination, or the demon-slaying sword, signifying the ability to cut through illusions and egoic attachments to discern the truth. Inner alchemy and spiritual transformation. Lu Dongbin's teachings emphasizes the practice of inner alchemy, also known as Naidin in Chinese Taoism. Inner alchemy involves the refinement and transmutation of one's inner energies to attain spiritual enlightenment and vitality. It is the process of transforming base elements into spiritual gold through self-awareness and meditation. The integration of polarities. In the Taoist tradition, there is a strong emphasis on the integration of polarities such as yin and yang. Lu Dongbin's teachings encourage practitioners to harmonize those opposing forces within themselves, finding balance and unity between seemingly contradictory aspects of life. Moderation and balance. Lu Dongbin's philosophy advocates for moderation and balance in all aspects of life. He teaches that excess and extremes can lead to an imbalance and suffering, while finding harmony in all things is the key to spiritual growth and well-being. The quest for immortality. Like the other Taoist immortals, Lu Dongbin is often associated with the pursuit of immortality. However, in Taoism, immortality is not solely about physical longevity, but rather the attainment of spiritual enlightenment and oneness with the Tao. It is a journey of inner alchemy transformation and self-realization. Legacy and influence. Lu Dongbin's legacy lives on in Taoist traditions, where he is revered as a patron of inner alchemy, martial arts, and spiritual growth. His teachings continue to inspire those on the path of self-discovery and transformation, reminding us that true wisdom is found in the integration of knowledge and intuition, the harmonizing of opposites, and the pursuit of spiritual enlightenment. Conclusion. The scholarly alchemist. Lu Dongbin, the scholar and alchemist, remains an enduring source of inspiration for seekers on the path of spiritual growth and enlightenment. His life and symbolisms underscore the transformative power of inner alchemy, the integration of wisdom of intuition, and the power of self-realization in his teachings. We find the guidance to embrace the inner alchemy process and to harmonize the opposing forces within ourselves on the path towards oneness with the Tao. Han Zhanzi, the philosopher. Among the celebrated 8 Taoist immortals, Han Zhanzi emerges as an embodiment of philosophical wisdom, artistic expression, and the harmonious balance between intellect and intuition. This chapter delves into the life, symbolism, and spiritual significance of Han Sanji. The life of Han Sanji. Historical records about Han Sanji's existence are scarce. Much of his legend has been passed down through oral tradition and folklore. He is often associated with the Tang dynasty, 8th century, and is believed to be a descendant of the famous Chinese philosopher Han Fei. Artistic expression and mastery. Han Sanji is renowned for his majesty of music, particularly the guzheng, a traditional Chinese string instrument. His musical talent symbolizes the harmonious balance of the heart and mind, and the ability to express profound philosophical insights through art. The Taoist scholar-philosopher. Han Sanji is often regarded as a Taoist scholar-philosopher. His teachings bridge the worlds of intellectual wisdom and spiritual intuition, emphasizing that true wisdom is found in the integration of knowledge and the heart, intuitive understanding. Balance of the heart and mind. One of the central themes of Han Sanji's philosophy is the importance of being a balancing heart and mind. He teaches that intellectual wisdom, when integrated with emotional wisdom, leads to a deeper and more holistic understanding of the Tao. The melody of the heart. In Taoism, music is seen as a powerful means of expressing the ineffable. Han Sanji's mastery of the Kuquin and his ability to convey profound spiritual insights through music illustrates the concept that the melody of the heart transcends words and concepts. A harmonious life. Han Sanji's life reflects the Taoist principles of living in harmony with nature and the Tao. His simplicity and detachment from material possessions exemplify the idea that true fulfillment comes from aligning one's life with the natural flow of existence. Awakening through artistry. Han Sanji's story encouraged the use of artistic expressions as a path to spiritual awakening. Whether through music, poetry, or other forms of art, the creative process can lead to a deeper connection with the Tao and the revelation of profound truths. Conclusion. The Philosopher's Song. Han Sanji, the philosopher, remains an inspiration to those who seek wisdom and spiritual enlightenment. His life and teachings remind us that true wisdom is not confined to intellectual pursuits, but is a harmonious integration of heart and mind. Through artistic expression and a balanced approach to life, we can awaken to the melody of the heart and uncover the profound insights that lie within the Tao. Han Sanji's legacy serves as a testament to the beauty of harmonizing intellect and intuition on a journey of self-discovery and oneness with the Tao. Zhang Gulao, the old man with a drum. Among the most illustrious 8 Taoist immortals, Zhang Gulao the old man with the drum, emerges as a symbol of joyful living in the present moment, playfulness, and the understanding of the cyclical nature of existence. This chapter explores the life, symbolism, and spiritual significance of Zang Gulalo. The life of Zang Gulalo. Zang Gulalo's existence is shrouded in legend, and historical records about his life are limited. He is often associated with the Tang dynasty, 7th to 10th centuries, but like his fellow immortals, his true nature transcends historical boundaries. The iconic drum, Zang Gulalo, is frequently portrayed carrying a magical drum. The drum is said to have the power to summon and disperse rain. Its symbolism extends beyond its weather-controlling abilities, representing the rhythm of life, the cycles of nature, and the importance of living in harmony with the Tao. The joyful old man, despite his age and haggard appearance, Zang Gulalo is depicted as a joyful and playful figure, often riding backwards on a mule while laughing heartily. His demeanor reflects the Taoist principle of embracing life with joy and humor, even in the face of challenges. The power of laughter. Zang Gulalo's laughter is said to have the power to dissolve tension and bring harmony to any situation. His carefree laughter serves as a reminder that humor and lightheartedness are essential tools on the path to inner peace and enlightenment. Riding backwards on a mule. Zang Gulalo's unconventional practice of riding backward on a mule symbolizes the reversal of conventional thinking and the willingness to question societal norms. He encourages to see the world from a different perspective and break free from rigid mental constructs. Embracing the cyclical nature of life, Zang Gulalo's understanding of the cyclical nature of existence aligns with the Tao concepts of the Tao. He reminds us that life is a continuous cycle of birth, growth, decay, and renewal. Embracing this cycle, rather than resisting it, leads to a deeper connection with the natural flow of life. Living in the present moment, Zang Gulalo's joyful and carefree demeanor underscores the importance of living in the present moment. By letting go of worries about the future and regrets about the past, we can fully experience the richness of life here and now. Conclusion. The old man's wisdom. Zang Gulalo, the old man with the drum, continues to inspire those who seek a light-hearted and joyful approach to life. His life and symbolism reminds us of the profound wisdom found in living in harmony with the Tao, embracing the cyclical nature of existence, and finding joy in the present moment. Zang Gulalo's legacy serves a reminder that life's rhythms can be celebrated and its challenges can be met with humor and laughter on the path to inner peace and oneness with the Tao. Lu Dongbin, a scholar and alchemist. Lu Dongbin, one of the esteemed 8 Taoist immortals, stands as a symbol of scholarly wisdom, inner alchemy, and the transformative power of spiritual enlightenment. This chapter explores the life, teachings, and significance of Lu Dongbin. The life of Lu Dongbin. While historical figures about Lu Dongbin's life are limited, he is often associated with the Tang Dynasty, 8th century, and is celebrated as the most revered figures in Taoist tradition. The scholarly sage, Lu Dongbin is often depicted as a scholar, reflecting his background in Confucianism before embarking on his Taoist journey. His transition from a scholarly life to one of spiritual enlightenment emphasizes the transformative power of inner alchemy and self-realization. Mastery of the sword. Lu Dongbin is frequently depicted carrying a sword, symbolizing his proficiency in both martial and inner arts. The sword is known as the sword of discrimination, or the demon-slaying sword, signifying the ability to cut through illusions and egoic attachments to discern the truth. Inner alchemy and spiritual transformation. Lu Dongbin's teachings emphasizes the practice of inner alchemy, also known as Naidin in Chinese Taoism. Inner alchemy involves the refinement and transmutation of one's inner energies to attain spiritual enlightenment and vitality. It is the process of transforming base elements into spiritual gold through self-awareness and meditation. The integration of polarities. In the Taoist tradition, there is a strong emphasis on the integration of polarities such as yin and yang. Lu Dongbin's teachings encourage practitioners to harmonize those opposing forces within themselves, finding balance and unity between seemingly contradictory aspects of life. Moderation and balance. Lu Dongbin's philosophy advocates for moderation and balance in all aspects of life. He teaches that excess and extremes can lead to an imbalance and suffering, while finding harmony in all things is the key to spiritual growth and well-being. The quest for immortality. Like the other Taoist immortals, Lu Dongbin is often associated with the pursuit of immortality. However, in Taoism, immortality is not solely about physical longevity, but rather the attainment of spiritual enlightenment and oneness with the Tao. It is a journey of inner alchemy transformation and self-realization. Legacy and influence. Lu Dongbin's legacy lives on in Taoist traditions, where he is revered as the patron of inner alchemy, martial arts, and spiritual growth. His teachings continue to inspire those on the path of self-discovery and transformation, reminding us that true wisdom is found in the integration of knowledge and intuition, the harmonizing of opposites, and the pursuit of spiritual enlightenment. Conclusion. The scholarly alchemist. Lu Dongbin, the scholar and alchemist, remains an enduring source of inspiration for seekers on the path of spiritual growth and enlightenment. His life and symbolisms underscore the transformative power of inner alchemy, the integration of wisdom of intuition, and the power of self-realization in his teachings. We find the guidance to embrace the inner alchemy process and to harmonize the opposing forces within ourselves on the path towards oneness with the Tao. The authorship of The Secret of the Golden Flower. The Secret of the Golden Flower is a classic Taoist text that explores the principles of inner alchemy, meditation, and spiritual awakening. While the authorship of this profound work has been attributed to various individuals over the century, it is most commonly associated with the Taoist master Lu Dongbin. This chapter delves into the history and authorship of The Secret of the Golden Flower. The ancient origins. The Secret of the Golden Flower is believed to have ancient roots, with its core teachings dating back to the Tang Dynasty, 8th century in China. During this period, Taoist traditions were flourishing, and various texts on inner alchemy and meditation were being developed. Lu Dongbin and the Taoist connection. Lu Dongbin, one of the 8 Taoist immortals, is often credited with the authorship or transmission of The Secret of the Golden Flower. His association with the text is based on his prominence as a Taoist master and his expertise in inner alchemy, which aligns with the teachings of the books. The influence of other Taoist masters. While Lu Dongbin is closely linked to The Secret of the Golden Flower, it's essential to recognize that the text likely evolved over time and may have received contributions from other Taoist masters. Taoism is an oral tradition, and teachings were often transmitted orally and in written forms by multiple masters and disciples. The teachings of The Secret of the Golden Flower. The Secret of the Golden Flower focuses on the process of inner alchemy, meditation, and the cultivation of the inner elixir, which represents spiritual awakening and enlightenment. It emphasizes the harmonization of yin and yang energies, the refinement of consciousness, and the attainment of oneness with the Tao. The transmission of wisdom. The text emphasizes the transmission of wisdom from master to disciple, highlighting the importance of direct experiences and spiritual guidance in the journey of inner transformation. It encourages practitioners to cultivate mindfulness, awareness, and a deep connection with the Tao. Conclusion. The enduring wisdom. The Secret of the Golden Flower continues to be revered and influential Taoist text, offering profound insights into the practices of inner alchemy and spiritual awakening. While its authorship may remain shrouded in the mysteries of history, the wisdom it imparts endures as a guide for those on the path of self-discovery and oneness with the Tao. The true authorship of the text may remain a mystery, but its teachings continue to illuminate the way towards spiritual enlightenment and inner transformation. Zhongli Quan, the Elixir Master. Within the esteemed group of the 8 Taoist immortals, Zhongli Quan, known as the Elixir Master, stands as a symbol of inner alchemy, balance, and the pursuit of spiritual transformation. This chapter delves into the life, symbolism, and spiritual significance of Zhongli Quan. The life of Zhongli Quan. Historical records about Zhongli's existence are scarce, and the legend is often rooted in the Tang Dynasty, 8th century. He is celebrated as one of the most revered figures in Taoist traditions. master of inner alchemy. Zhongli Quan is often depicted holding a fan and a peach, symbols that represents his mastery of inner alchemy and the pursuit of immortality. The fan symbolizes the ability to control and affect direct, vital energy, ki, while the peach represents longevity and spiritual transformation. Balance and moderation. One of the central themes of Zhongli Quan's teachings is the importance of balance and moderation in all aspects of life. He emphasizes that extremes and excess can lead to imbalance and suffering, while finding harmony and equilibrium within oneself is the key to spiritual growth and well-being. The elixir of immortality. In Taoist traditions, the pursuit of immortality is not about physical longevity, but the attainment of spiritual enlightenment and oneness with the Tao. Zhongli Quan's mastery of inner alchemy represents the process of transforming base elements of the self into a refined and spiritually awakened state. The role of the fan. The fan that Zhongli Quan carries symbolizes the control and direction of vital energy, ki. It underscores the importance of harnessing one's inner energies to achieve balance, harmony, and spiritual transformation. The elixir of life. Zhongli Quan's association with the peach is a metaphor for the elixir of inner transformation and spiritual awakening. Just as the peach ripens and matures, the practitioner undergoes a process of inner refinement and maturation on the path to spiritual enlightenment. Teachings on inner alchemy. Zhongli Quan's teachings on inner alchemy emphasizes the importance of cultivating and refining one's inner energies through meditation, breath work, and self-awareness. This inner transformation leads to spiritual growth, vitality, and a deeper connection with the Tao. Legacy and influence. Zhongli Quan's legacy endures in Taoist traditions, where he is revered as a patron of inner alchemy and the pursuit of spiritual enlightenment. His teachings continue to inspire those on the path to self-discovery and transformation, reminding us that true immortality is not about physical longevity, but the attainment of inner wisdom and oneness with the Tao. Conclusion. The elixir master's wisdom. Zhongli Quan, the elixir master, remains a source of inspiration for seekers on the path of inner alchemy and spiritual enlightenment. His life and symbolisms underscores the transformative power of inner alchemy, the importance of balance and moderation, and the journey of self-realization. In his teachings, we find the guidance to cultivate our inner energies, refine our spirits, and attain the elixir of inner transformation on the path towards oneness with the Tao. The relevance of the 8 Taoist immortals in today's world. In a rapidly changing world where technology advancements and material pursuits often take precedence, it is essential to recognize the enduring wisdom of ancient philosophers and traditions. Among these, the teachings and symbolisms of the 8 Taoist immortals hold a unique place. While their origins can be traced back to Chinese folklore and Taoist mythology, their influence can extend far beyond cultural boundaries offering valuable insights and guidance to people from all walks of life. In this chapter, we explain why today's world needs the influence of the 8 Taoist mortals. 1. Balance in a hectic world. The modern world is marked by constant busyness, digital distractions, and the pursuit of material success. The 8 Taoist immortals emphasize balance and harmony with nature, encouraging individuals to take a step back from the chaos of everyday life and find tranquility in simplicity. 2. Health and longevity. Taoist practice associated with the 8 immortals, such as Qigong and Tai Chi, focus on physical and mental well-being. In a time where stress-related health issues are prevalent, these practices offer a path to better health, vitality, and longevity. 3. Wisdom and insight. Each of the 8 Taoist immortals represents unique qualities and virtues. Their stories and teachings offer valuable life lessons promoting wisdom, compassion, and inner growth. In an era where information overload could cloud judgment, the wisdom of these immortals can guide individuals towards thoughtful decision-making. 4. Connection with nature. Taoism emphasizes the interconnectedness of all things and encourages a deep connection with the natural world. This perspective is critical today as environmental challenges remind us of the importance of living in harmony with the planet. 5. Inner transformation. The stories of the 8 immortals often involve personal transformation, symbolizing the potential for inner growth and enlightenment. In a world where self-awareness and personal development are highly valued, their tales provide powerful allegories for self-discovery. 6. Adaptation to change. The 8 Taoist immortals, known for the ability to change form and adapt to different situations, embody the concept of flexibility and resilience. These qualities are vital in navigating the uncertainties and challenges of the contemporary world. 7. Cultivating virtue. The 8 Taoist immortals are often associated with virtuous qualities like humility, kindness, and compassion. In a world where ethical values can sometimes be overshadowed by self-interest, their influence can inspire individuals to prioritize virtue in their actions. 8. Inspiration for arts and culture. Throughout history, the 8 Taoist immortals have been a source of inspiration for art, literature, and culture. Their enduring presence in the arts reminds us of the importance of creativity and expression in the human experience. In conclusion, the influence of the 8 Taoist immortals is timeless and universal. Their teachings, symbols, and stories continue to resonate with individuals seeking meaning, balance, and wisdom in today's fast-paced and complex world. By embracing these ancient teachings, we can find guidance and inspiration on our journey towards a more balanced, harmonious, and fulfilling life. The mysterious flower. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled between green hills and a sparkling river, there lived a curious child named Lily. Lily was known throughout the village for her insatiable appetite for knowledge. She had a heart full of questions, her eyes were always searching for secrets hidden in the world around her. One sunny morning, as Lily was exploring the woods near her home, she stumbled upon something truly magical. It was a small golden flower that seemed to glow with an outwardly light. It stood in the middle of a quiet clearing, surrounded by lush green grass and the gentle hum of bees. Lily couldn't believe her eyes. She had never seen a flower quite like this. It had delicate petals that shone like the sun, and its fragrance was sweeter than the sweetest honey. But what made this flower truly special was the tiny, twinkling golden specks that danced around it like fireflies on a warm summer night. Bending down to get a closer look, Lily noticed a small, weathered book lying beside the golden flower. It was titled The Secret of the Golden Flower. With trembling hands, she picked up the book and began to read. The book spoke of ancient wisdom and the mysteries of life. It told of a special connection between the golden flower and the human spirit. According to the book, the golden flower held the key to unlocking the hidden powers within each person, like the ability to be kinder, wiser, and more at peace with the world. As Lily read on, she learned that the golden flower was not just a beautiful flower. It was a symbol of inner transformation and growth. It taught people how to tap into their inner strength and become the best version of themselves. The tiny golden specks that danced around the flower were like sparks of inspiration, guiding those who sought the flower's wisdom. Excitement bubbled up inside Lily. She knew that she had stumbled upon something extraordinary. She decided that she would visit the golden flower every day to learn its secrets and share its wisdom with her village. From that day forward, Lily became the guardian of the golden flower and its mysterious book. She would sit by the flower, watching the golden specks dance, and she would read the ancient words of wisdom. She began to feel a change within herself, becoming more patient, kind, and understanding. Word of the golden flower's magic spread throughout the village, and soon people from all around came to visit Lily and the flower. They too wanted to learn the secret of the golden flower and become better versions of themselves. As the day turned into weeks, and the weeks into months, the village began to change. People smiled more, helped one another, and found peace in their hearts. All thanks to the little golden child, the golden flower, and the curious child who discovered its secrets. And so, the journey of self-discovery and inner transformation began for Lily and her village. The secret of the golden flower was not just a beautiful tale. It was a reminder that the power to change and grow was within each of us, waiting to be awakened. Just like the tiny twinkling golden specks that dance around that magical flower in the heart of the woods. The path within. In our last chapter, we met Lily, the curious child who discovered the magical golden flower in the heart of the woods. As a guardian of the golden flower, she began to unravel its secrets and share its wisdoms with the villagers. Now, let's continue our journey into the mysteries of the golden flower. With each passing day, Lily delved deeper into the wisdom contained in the book, The Secret of the Golden Flower. She learned that the golden flowers symbolized the inner journey of the human spirit, a path towards self-discovery and transformation. One sunny afternoon, as Lily sat by the golden flower, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She tried to connect with the essence of the flower, to understand its teachings more profoundly. As she did, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves of the tree, and the golden specks around the flower shimmered with an ethereal light. The book had taught Lily about something called the inner world. It explained that just like the outer world with its trees, rivers, and mountains, there was an inner world within each person, full of thoughts, feelings, and dreams. The golden flower was the key to unlocking this inner world. Lily learned that by focusing her attention inward, she could explore her thoughts and emotions more deeply. It was like embarking on an adventure within her own mind. She discovered that by understanding her thoughts and feelings, she could make better choices in life, and she could find peace and happiness, even when faced with challenges. The golden flower also revealed the importance of stillness and meditation. Lily would often sit quietly by the flower, closing her eyes and letting go of the worries and distractions of the outside world. In these moments of stillness, she felt a profound connection with the golden flower and the wisdom it held. As weeks turned into months, Lily's understanding of the golden flower's secret deepened. She realized that the journey of self-discovery was not a race, but a gradual unfolding like the petals of a flower opening to the sun's warmth. It required patience, dedication, and a gentle heart. One day, as Lily was meditating by the golden flower, she had a moment of clarity. She understood that the secret of the golden flower was not just about changing the world around her, but transforming herself from within. By nurturing her inner world with love and mindfulness, she could radiate kindness and positivity to others like the golden specks around the flower. Lily continued to share the wisdom of the golden flower with her village. She taught them about the inner journey, the importance of stillness, and the power of self-awareness. Slowly but surely, the villagers began to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery, just as Lily had. And so, the golden flower's secret became a guiding light for the entire village. It taught them that true magic existed not in the outer world, but within themselves. With each passing day, they found that the more they understood and nurtured their inner worlds, the more they could bring light and happiness to the world around them. As we continue this enchanting journey with Lily and the golden flower of harmony, we'll explore more in our last chapter. We follow discoveries that await Lily on the path she discovered the magical golden flower and learned about the inner journey of self-discovery. Now, let's join her in the next chapter of her adventures with the golden flower. As time passed on, Lily became even more fascinated by the golden flower's mysteries. She noticed that the golden specks around the flower seemed to move in a beautiful rhythmical dance. It was as though they were dancing to a secret melody only they could hear. One bright morning, Lily decided to sit down beside the golden flower and watch the dance of the golden specks more closely. She observed how they moved gracefully, swirling and twirling around the flower's petals. It was a dance of pure harmony and beauty. Lily remembered a lesson from the book, The Secret of the Golden Flower, that spoke about the importance of harmony within ourselves and with the world around us. It is said that just as the golden specks dance in harmony around the flower, we too could find balance and peace in our lives. Curious to explore this further, Lily decided to try something new. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, just as she had learned to do during her moments of meditation. She focused on her heart and tried to feel the rhythm of her own inner world. At first, her thoughts were like scattered leaves in the wind, blowing in every direction. But as she continued to breathe deeply and concentrate, something incredible happened. Lily felt a sense of calm and stillness washing over her. It was as if her inner world begun to dance in harmony, just like the golden specks. With her heart full of wonder, Lily realized that finding this inner harmony was like discovering a hidden treasure within herself. She understood that it was okay to have thoughts and feelings, but by learning to balance them, just like the golden specks balanced their dance, she could find peace and happiness. Lily decided to share her discovery with the villagers. She explained how taking a moment to breathe and find inner harmony could help them when they felt upset, angry, or confused. She taught them, just like the golden flower, they could learn to dance with the rhythm of our own hearts. The villagers embraced this lesson with open hearts. They began to practice finding their own inner harmony, and something wonderful happened. The village became a more peaceful and joyful place. People started to listen to one another. Conflicts were resolved with kindness, and laughter filled the air. As Lily continued her adventures with the golden flower, she learned that harmony wasn't just about finding peace within ourselves, but also about creating a harmonious world around us. It is like spreading the magic of the golden flower's dance to everyone she met. And so, the villagers continued to bloom, not just with the golden flower's beauty, but with the harmony and joy that came from within each person's heart. Lily had discovered another secret of the golden flower, one that reminded her that when we find balance and harmony within ourselves, we can share that harmony with the world and make it a better place for everyone. In the next chapter of our journey with Lily and the golden flower, we'll uncover even more magic, secrets, and wisdom. And in our last adventure with Lily and the golden flower, we learned about the importance of inner harmony. Now join us as we explore the next chapter of their journey, filled with the magic of breath. One sunny day, Lily sat by the golden flower, deep in thought. She had been pondering the book's teaching about the power of breath. According to the book, our breath held a special kind of magic, a magic that can help us find calmness and peace. Lily remembered how in the past she had taken deep breaths when she was upset or scared, and it helped her feel better. She wondered if there was more to this magic of breath than she had realized. With curiosity burning in her heart, Lily decided to experiment. She took a slow, deep breath in through the nose, filling her lungs with fresh air, and then she let it out gently through her mouth. As she did this, she felt a sense of calm wash over her, just like the gentle touch of a breeze on a warm day. She repeated this magical breathing exercises a few more times, and with each breath, she felt more centered and peaceful. It was as if the worries of the world were melting away, leaving behind a tranquil feeling in her heart. Lily realized that this simple magic of breath was a tool that could help her whenever she felt anxious, angry, or sad. It was like having a special superpower that could bring comfort and clarity. Eager to share her discovery, Lily gathered the villagers and showed them the magic of breath. She taught them to take slow, deep breaths when they felt upset or stressed. It wasn't long before the villagers was buzzing with the joy of this newfound magic. The children used it to calm their nerves before taking tests, or facing challenges. The adults found it helpful during busy days at work or when they encountered difficulties. Even the elders in the village embraced the simple yet profound tool to find serenity. As days turned into weeks, the village became a place of peace and contentment. The villagers had not only learned to dance in harmony with the inner worlds, but also harness the magic of breath to stay calm and centered. Lily, the guardian of the golden flower, was overjoyed to see the positive changes in her village. She realized that the golden flower had not only brought beauty and wisdom, but also practical tools for a happier life. And so, the magic of breath became an essential part of the village's daily life. Whenever someone felt overwhelmed or troubled, they would take a moment to close their eyes, take a deep breath, and feel the magic soothe their worries. As our journeys with Lily and the golden flower continues, we'll uncover even more secrets and enchantments that await. For now, remember the magic of breath, a simple yet powerful power that can bring peace and calmness. In our last chapter, we learned about the magic of golden specks around the magic of flower. Now let's embark on our next part of their journey, where they discover the incredible power of kindness. One sunny morning, as Lily sat beside the golden flower, she noticed something different. The golden specks around the flower seemed to be shining even brighter than usual. It was as if they were trying to tell her something important. Lily remembered the teachings from the book, The Secret of the Golden Flower, about the significance of kindness. It explained that just as the golden specks around the flower will form of warmth and light, kindness can light up the hearts of those around us. Inspired by this thought, Lily decided to start a kindness challenge in her village. She gathered the villagers and explained the idea. The challenge was simple. Each person had to perform an act of kindness every day, no matter how big or small. The villagers eagerly embraced the challenge. Children helped their parents with chores, neighbors shared food with one another, and even the grumpiest old man in the village began to smile more often. As the days passed, something truly magical happened. The village transformed into a place of joy and love. People greeted each other with warm smiles and laughter echoed through the streets. It was as if the golden flower light had spread to every corner of the village. Lily noticed how the village had become a happier, a more peaceful place because of the kindness challenge. It made her heart swell with happiness to see how a simple act of kindness could brighten someone's day and create a ripple effect of happiness. One evening, as Lily sat by the golden flower, She realized that kindness was like the golden specks that dance round the flower. It had the power to bring warmth and light to the world, just as the golden specks added a special glow to the flower. Lily knew that kindness wasn't just about doing good deeds. It was also about having a kind heart and treating others with love and respect. She shared this wisdom with her village, and the people embraced it wholeheartedly. As the village continued to thrive with kindness, Lily couldn't help but feel grateful for the golden flower. It not only taught her about inner harmony, the magic of breath, and the power of kindness, but had also shown her how to make the world a better place, one act of kindness at a time. And so, the villagers lived in harmony with the golden flower, cherishing the beauty of nature and the goodness in their hearts. As our journey with Lily and the golden flower continues, a gratitude will cover even more secrets adventure with Lily and the wonder that awaits us. We explored the magic of kindness. The magic so of now kindness. Let's join them, a treasure in the next chapter of the world of their journey. Shine bright. To discover the wonderful gifts of gratitude around the magical flower. One day, as Lily sat beside the golden flower, she felt a warm and happy feeling inside her heart. It was a feeling of thankfulness, a feeling of gratitude. She thought about all the beauty and joy in her life, the golden flower, her lover and family, her friends, and the village she called home. Lily realized that she had so much to be grateful for, and she wondered if there was a way to express this gratitude. She remembered the teachings from the book The Secret of the Golden Flower about the power of gratitude. It is said that never, when we are thankful for the good things in our lives, we invite even more goodness and happiness. Eager to share this wisdom, Lily decided to start a gratitude practice in her village. She encouraged the villagers to take a moment each day to think about the things they were grateful for. They could be big things like a sunny day, or small things like a delicious meal. The villagers embraced the idea with enthusiasm. Every evening they gathered and shared their gratitude. Children talked about the fun adventures they had. Adults expressed thanks for the support of their friends and family. And even the elders in the village shared stories of their past and wisdom they had gained. As the villagers continued this gratitude practice, something wonderful happened. The people even felt more connected to one another and to the world around them. They noticed the beauty in everyday things, the chirping of birds, the rustling of leaves, and the colors of the sunset. Lily realized that gratitude was like a special key that unlocked the hidden treasures of the world. It helped people see the goodness that surrounded them, even in challenging times. It was as if their hearts had opened to the abundance of joy that always had been there, just waiting to be noticed. One evening, as Lily sat by the golden flower, she closed her eyes and thought all about the things she was grateful for. The golden flower's wisdom, her love, family's love, and the beauty of the natural world. As she did, she felt a deep sense of peace and happiness wash over her. Lily knew that gratitude wasn't just a way to say thank you for the good things of life. It was also a way to fill her heart with joy. She shared the insight with her village, and they agreed that gratitude was indeed a precious gift. And so, the villagers continued its journey with the golden flower, now enriched by the practice of gratitude. As our adventure unfolds, we'll discover even more secrets of wisdom and wonder that
The
await
joy
of
for
sharing.
now.
In our
Remember,
last adventure with Lily and the
the
golden
gift
flower,
of
gratitude,
we
a
explored the
treasure
wonderful
that can
gift
fill
of
your heart
gratitude.
with happiness.
Now
And
let's
open
join
your
them
eyes
in the
to
next
the
chapter
beauty
of the
journey,
word,
where they
just like the
discover
golden
the
joy
specks
of
around
sharing.
the magical flower.
One
One sunny morning, as Lily sat beside the golden flower, she watched the group of children playing in the meadows nearby. They were laughing, sharing toys, and having a great time. Lily couldn't help but smile as she saw the happiness that came from sharing. She remembered the teachings from the book, The Secret of the Golden Flower, about the importance of sharing. It explained that sharing wasn't just about giving away things. It was about giving a piece of your heart and spreading joy to others. Inspired by this thought, Lily decided to organize a sharing festival in the village. The idea was simple. Each person would find something they no longer needed or used, and they would share it with someone who could benefit from it. The villagers loved the idea, and they eagerly began to gather items they could share. Children collected toys, adults donated clothes, and even the elders joined in, offering their wisdom and stories to the younger generation. As the sharing festival approached, the villagers buzzed with excitement. People painted colorful signs, set up tables, and prepared to give and receive. There was a sense of unity and anticipation in the air. When the day of the sharing festival arrived, it was a sight to behold. The villagers came together in the meadow, bringing their items to share. Children's faces lit up as they found new toys to play with, and families found clothes and household items they needed. Lily realized that sharing wasn't just about giving, it was also about receiving the joy of making others happy. She watched the smiles spread across the faces of the villagers, and she felt her heart swell with happiness. As the day went on, something magical happened. People who had never spoken to each other before struck up conversations, friendships formed, and the villagers became an even close-knit community. Lily knew that sharing was a special bond that connected people's hearts. It wasn't just about the things exchanged. It was about the love and kindness shared between individuals. One evening, as Lily sat by the golden flower, she closed her eyes and thought about the joy of sharing. She felt grateful for the love and warmth in her village, and she knew that the golden flower had played a part in teaching her the importance of sharing. Lily shared this insight with the villagers, and they agreed that sharing was a beautiful way to strengthen their bonds with one another. They decided to continue the tradition of this sharing festival, not just for the things exchanged, but for the love and joy they brought to their lives. And so, the villagers continue its journey with the golden flower, now enriched by the joy of sharing. As our adventure unfolds, we'll discover even more secrets of wisdom and wonder that await. For now, remember, the happiness that comes from sharing, of unity, a treasure that can fill
In our
your
last
heart with
adventure
warmth
with Lily and the
and
golden
bring
flower,
people closer together.
we celebrate the joy
Just
of
like
sharing.
the golden specks.
Now let's
around
join them in
the
the next
next
chapter
chapter
of
of their journey, where they discover the beautiful song of unity. One bright morning, as Lily sat beside the golden flower, she noticed something remarkable. The golden specks around the flower seemed to be dancing in perfect harmony, creating a melody that filled the air with a sweet and soothing tune. Lily had never heard such a beautiful song before, and it touched her heart deeply. She remembered the teachings from the book, The Secret of the Golden Flower, about the power of unity. It explained that just as the golden specks dance together in harmony, people could achieve great things when they work together as one. Inspired by this thought, Lily decided to organize a unity festival in her village. The idea was to celebrate the diversity of the village and showcase how everyone's unique talents and strengths could come together to create something extraordinary. The villagers embraced the idea with enthusiasm. They formed teams based on their interests and skills, from gardening and painting to singing and storytelling. Each team would contribute to a special performance that would be the centerpiece of the Unity Festival. As the villagers prepared for the festival, they discovered something wonderful. People who had never spoken before began to collaborate and share ideas. The children taught the adults new games, and the elders shared their wisdom with the younger generation. The Unity Festival was a day filled with laughter, music, and the joy of working together. Each team's performance was a testament to the power of unity. The gardeners created a stunning display of flowers and plants. The painters crafted a vibrant mural. The singers sang songs of unity, and the storytellers shared tales of cooperation and togetherness. Lily watched as the villagers celebrated their differences and saw how they could come together to create something beautiful. She realized that unity wasn't about being the same. It was about appreciating each other's unique qualities and working together in harmony. As the sun set on the Unity Festival, the golden specks around the flower seemed to dance even more joyfully. Lily felt a deep sense of gratitude for the lessons the golden flower had taught her and the village. One evening, as Lily sat by the golden flower, she closed her eyes and listened to the beautiful song of unity in her heart. She knew that the golden flower had shown her that when people come together with open hearts and a shared purpose, they can create a melody of joy that can touch the lives of many. Lily shared this insight with her village, and they agreed that unity was a precious gift. They decided to continue celebrating their diversity and working together to make their village an even a better place to live. And so, the village continued its journey with the golden flower, now enriched by the beautiful song of unity.
In our last
As our adventure unfolds, we'll discover even more secrets of wisdom and wonders that await.
Now let's
For
join
now,
in
remember the power of coming together with others in harmony, like the golden specks around the magical flower, to create something truly special.
She felt a sense of tranquility wash over her.
The golden specks around the flower seemed to shimmer with a deeper light, and she knew that something extraordinary was about to happen. Lily remembered all the lessons she had learned from the golden flower: the power of kindness, the magic of prayer, the joy of sharing, the beauty of unity, and the warmth of inner life. She realized that these lessons were like little pieces of a puzzle, and together they form a treasure trove of wisdom. As she contemplated the wisdom she had gained, Lily felt a deep sense of gratitude. She knew that the golden flower had been her guide, helping her grow into a kinder, wiser, and more compassionate person. Lily decided to share this wisdom with her village. She gathered the villagers and spoke about the incredible journey she had embarked on with the golden flower. She explained how each lesson had enriched her life and the lives of those around her. The villagers listened with rapt attention, and they too felt grateful for the wisdom that had passed down through the golden flower. They realized that wisdom just about knowing things. It was about using the knowledge to make the world a better place. As the villagers reflected on their own journey with the golden flower, they shared their stories of transformation and growth. It became clear that the golden flower had touched each person's life in a new, unique, and meaningful way. Lily knew that wisdom was a gift that continued to grow and evolve. It was like a treasure chest that was never empty, always ready to offer guidance and understanding. She felt fortunate to have the golden flower as her teacher. One evening, as Lily sat by the golden flower, she closed her eyes and expressed her gratitude for the gift of wisdom. She knew that wisdom was a lifelong journey, and she was eager to continue learning and growing, just like the golden specks around the magic flower. Lily shared her gratitude with the village. They agreed that wisdom was the greatest gift of all. They decided to honor the golden flower teachings by passing its wisdom to future generations, and so they too could benefit from its lessons. And so the village continued its journey with the golden flower, now enriched by the gift of wisdom. As our adventure comes to a close, we live Lily everlasting bloom with hearts full of in our final adventure with Lily and a deep appreciation for the we join them for a special chapter where they discover that wisdom is a flowers everlasting guidance on our own journey one bright morning. As just like the gold besides the gold out, she noticed something peculiar. The flower petals seemed to shimmer with their radiant and timeless beauty. It was as if the golden flower had found a way to stay young forever. Lily was curious about this newfound magic, and she decided to explore it further. She remembered the teachings from the book The Secret of the Golden Flower, about the flower's secret of everlasting bloom. It explained that just as the golden specks around the flowers stayed bright and beautiful, people could discover a timeless essence within themselves. Inspired by this thought, Lily decided to share the flower's secrets with her village. She gathered the villagers and spoke about the magical flower's ability to stay forever young and vibrant. She explained that this magic was a reminder that there was something within each person that could remain ageless, their kindness, love, and wisdom. The villagers were fascinated by the idea of everlasting bloom, and they wanted to learn how to discover this timeless essence within themselves. Lily encouraged them to reflect on the lessons they have learned from the golden flower. The power of kindness, the magic of breath, the joy of sharing the beauty of unity, the warmth of inner light, and the dance of life. She explained that these lessons were like the petals of the golden flower, each one contributing to the flower's everlasting beauty. As the villagers embraced the flower's secret, they felt a deep sense of gratitude for the wisdom they had gained over the years. They realized that their hearts, like the golden flower, could remain full of love and kindness no matter how many years passed. Lily knew that the secret of the golden flower's everlasting bloom wasn't just about staying young in appearance. It was about staying young at heart. It was a reminder that the beauty of a person's soul could shine brightly throughout their life. One evening, as Lily sat by the golden flower, She closed her eyes and thought about the flower's timeless beauty. She felt grateful for the magical journey she had embarked on with the golden flower, and knew that its wisdom would continue to guide her throughout her life. Lily shared her insight with the village, and they agreed that the secret of the everlasting bloom was a precious gift. They decided to continue living their lives with kindness, love, and wisdom, so their hearts would remain forever young. And so, the villagers, the golden flower's legacy. In this special chapter, we revisit Lily and the golden flower to learn about the legacy left behind and the timeless wisdom it shared. Years had passed since Lily first discovered the golden flower deep in the heart of the woods. She had grown into a wise and kind-hearted woman, and her village had thrived with the teachings of the golden flower. One day, as Lily sat by the golden flower, she noticed that the flower's petals were beginning to fade, and its golden specks were becoming faint. She knew that the time had come for the golden flower to complete its journey. With a heart full of gratitude, Lily gently touched the fading petals and whispered words of thanks. She remembered all the lessons she had learned from the golden flower: the power of kindness, the magic of breath, the joy of sharing, the beauty of unity, the warmth of inner light, the dance of life, and the secret of everlasting bloom. As she reflected on these lessons, Lily realized that the golden flower's legacy was not just about the flower itself, but about the love, wisdom, and goodness it had inspired in her and her village. Lily decided to share the golden flower's legacy with the younger generations in her village. She gathered the children and told them the enchanting tale of her adventures with the golden flower. She encouraged them to embrace the lessons of kindness, unity, and inner light, just as she had. The children listened with wide-eyed wonder and eagerness. They were excited to continue the golden flower's legacy, to carry its teachings forward into the future. As the years passed, Lily's village continued to thrive with the wisdom of the golden flower. The children grew into kind and compassionate adults, and they too shared the flower's teachings with their children. The golden flower legacies lived on, not just in the hearts of the villagers, but in the actions and deeds of the entire community. It became a guiding light, a reminder of the power of love, kindness, and wisdom. Lily knew that the golden flower's journey was complete, but its legacy would endure forever. The flower had not only brought beauty and wisdom, but had shown the village the path to a brighter, more compassionate future. One evening, as Lily sat by the golden flower, she closed her eyes and whispered a final thank you. She knew that the flower's legacy would continue to shine in the hearts of those who would embrace its teachings. And so, our journey with Lily and the golden flower comes to a close. We leave them with a heart full of gratitude, love, and the timeless wisdom of the golden flower. Remember that the legacy of love and kindness can endure forever, just like the golden specks around the magical flower. Is a key to spiritual transformation and enlightenment. The complementary forces yin and yang. Yin and yang are fundamental concepts in Taoism, symbolizing the dualistic nature of existence. They are complementary and interdependent forces, representing polarities such as darkness and light, passivity and activity, and receptivity and creativity. These forces are not in opposition, but rather part of a continuous cycle of
balance and harmony. The microcosm of the body and mind. Just as the five elements are there in the human experience, so too are yin and yang. Chapter 6 explores how these dualistic forces are embodied within the individual. The body and mind are seen as microcosms of the greater universe, reflecting the interplay of yin and yang. Therefore, the harmonization
Mistakes during the circulation of the light
within the self
Imagine
are
hearing
essential
an exciting
to
event
develop.
but there is some tricky parts
Alchemical
to watch out
transformation,
for.
the circulation of
I'll
the
tell
light.
you about these
A
tricky
central
parts.
practice
I'll
outlined
know
in this
the
chapter is the continuation
First, when you
and
start your
circulation
adventure,
of light,
You shouldn't
which
make
was
things
induced
too hard
earlier
for
in the
yourself.
task.
Your
This
heart and your
practice
energy
is
should work
deeply
together
intertwined without
the
you forcing
integration
them of yin and
It's like
yang.
when you play a
It
game,
involves
you want to do
synchronized
well,
breathing,
but you don't want to try
visualization,
too
and
hard.
onward
You
movement
need to
of light,
find a
quiet,
balance
and
and
peaceful
harmonize
place
to start your
spiritual
adventure.
forces.
Don't do it when you're thinking about lots of different things or when you're feeling confused. It's like preparing for a fun game. You need to be calm and focused. Also, you shouldn't think too much about how to do things right. It's not about trying too hard and not trying at all. It's about finding the right balance. You should feel relaxed and independent, like you're in charge of your adventure. You shouldn't let the world just distract you with its many things. Sometimes you think too much about boring or sad stuff. Your mind might feel cold and heavy inside, like you're stuck in a boring place. You don't want that. Now let's talk about how to recognize if you're on the wrong path during your adventure. If you start seeing strange things like bright lights, colorful shapes, or imaginary friends, it's like getting lost in a dream. You don't want to stay there too long. Or you feel tied down by too many thoughts or feelings. It's like becoming a servant instead of an adventure. You need to avoid
The
that
ancient
too.
wisdom, the
The
right
secret
path
is
is
like
like
finding
finding
a
flower.
treasure. You know
In the
you're
depths
on
of
it
ancient
when your
Chinese
energy
wisdom,
and your breath work
there
together
lies a hidden
smoothly,
gem,
like
a
notice
gentle
the secret
breeze.
of the gold.
You start to feel warm, and this
full of
little
light
cat
inside. No, that's the you in the right
Yin
place. You should keep on
is a
going.
profound guide
So remember,
in inner
on your
alchemy
adventure,
Don't make things
It
too
reveals
hard.
the
Time
stay
is
focused.
secret,
And
and
if
things
things
start to get weird or uncomfortable.
Take a break.
Original back.
When you feel calm,
The secret of the golden flower has
That
its
way,
ways.
your
Now,
adventure will be
a
full
philosophical and
wonderful
spiritual
surprises.
tradition that emphasizes living in harmony with the Tao, the fundamental principle underlying the universe. While its exact origins are shrouded in mystery, it is widely believed about Alsatian dynasty 1368 to 1644, and later translated and popularized by Carl Jung and Richard Wellman in the early 20th century. The golden flower, a metaphor for enlightenment. At its core, the golden flower symbolizes the essence of the human spirit, which is often referred to as the golden embryo or golden pill in Taoist terminology. This golden essence represents the pure and awakened consciousness that lies dormant within every individual, waiting to be discovered and cultivated. The goal, spiritual alchemy and transformation. The secret of the golden flower is not merely a theoretical treatise, it is a practical guide to inner transformation. It outlines a path of spiritual alchemy where the practitioner seeks to refine and purify the inner self, much like a skilled alchemist working to transmute base elements into gold. In this case, the goal is to transform the ordinary ego-driven mind into a state of heightened consciousness and enlightenment. The role of meditation and breath. Central to the teachings of the secret of the golden flower is the practice of meditation, particularly a form of meditation known as circulation of the light. This practice involves focused attention on the inner light, often associated with the heart center, and the harmonization of breath and consciousness. Through meditation, one can awaken the dormant golden essence within and experience a profound shift in perception and awareness.
Immortal woman,
The union
He,
of heaven and
the
earth,
pure one.
fundamental
In the pantheon
concept
of the eight Taoist immortals, immortal woman He, also known as He Zangju, shines as a symbol of purity, simplicity, and inner transformation. This chapter delves into the life, symbolism, and spiritual significance of immortal woman He, the mystical presence of an immortal woman He. He Zangju's legendary existence, often rooted in the Tang Dynasty, 8th century, through historical accounts are scarce. Her story, passed down through oral tradition and folklore, paints a vivid picture of her character and significance with Taoist philosophy. The symbolism of purity. He Zanggu is often depicted as a beautiful, ethereal woman dressed in white, carrying a lotus flower or a peach and accompanied by a mystical deer. These symbols reflect her association with purity and transcendence. The white rose represents his untarnished nature, while the lotus and the peach symbolizes spiritual enlightenment and longevity. The lotus as a symbol of enlightenment. The lotus, which often blooms in muddy waters, signifies the potential for spiritual purity and awakening, even in the midst of life challenges and impurities. Immortal woman He's lotus carries the message that anyone can attain inner purity and spiritual growth, regardless of their external circumstances. The deer companion. He Zangju's companion, the mystical deer, is a symbol of longevity, grace, and gentleness. The presence of the deer underscores the harmony and balance that accompanies a life of inner purity and simplicity. Simplicity and asceticism. Hugh Zangju's path to immortality is often associated with simplicity and asceticism. She is said to have lived a life of frugality, consuming only a small amount of grains and practicing strict celibacy. Her simplicity serves as a reminder that spiritual progress can be attained through a life unburdened by material excess. The nectar of immortality. In some legends, immortal woman is known for her discovery of the nectar of immortality. This nectar, sometimes referred to as a peach elixir, is a metaphor for the elixir of inner transformation and spiritual awakening that she achieved through her diligent practice. Teachings on purity and simplicity. He Zanggu's story and symbolism offers valuable teachings on the importance of inner purity, simplicity, and detachment from material distinctions. Her path underscores that true immortality is not about physical longevity, but the attainment of inner clarity, transcendence of ego, and oneness with the Tao. Conclusion. The Pure One's legacy. Immortal woman He continues to inspire seekers on the path to spiritual growth and enlightenment. Her life and symbolism reminds us that purity, simplicity, and inner transformation are attainable by anyone willing to embrace the principles of Taoism and cultivate a harmonious relationship with the Tao. In her purity, she teaches us that the path to the sacred is often found in the simplicity of heart.
Known as the secret of the golden flower. The secret of the golden flower was not an ordinary book. It held the key to something truly extraordinary, something called heavenly consciousness. Now you might wonder, what is heavenly consciousness and why it's so special? Well, let me tell you. Master Li believed that heavenly consciousness was like a magical power hidden deep within our hearts. It was the essence of like something so pure and powerful that it couldn't be seen. Imagine it as a special light, just like the sunlight that brightens our days. This magical power is connected to a beautiful image, a golden flower. But it's not a real flower you can pluck from a garden. No, this golden flower was a symbol, a way to help us understand this incredible power hidden inside of us. Master Li believed that if we could learn to harness this power, we could achieve incredible things. We could find peace within ourselves, connect with the universe, and even heal ourselves and the world around us. But like any great adventure, there were challenges along the way. The manuscript warned that the path to unlocking this power was not easy. It was like a puzzle with many pieces, and one wrong step could lead us astray. It was crucial to follow the right path and not rush ahead. Master Li explained that the golden flower was like a special light, a light with unique color that only those who truly understood it could see. This light was the key to unlocking the magical power within us. It was the essence of the Great One, a term used to describe something so amazing that nothing in the world could compare to it. But there was a catch. To see this light and unlock its power, we needed to look within ourselves, just like fish swimming in water without ever realizing they're in the water. If we lose touch with this magical power, we risk losing our way, just like fish would perish without water. So what did Master Li teach? He told his students to focus their thoughts and gather their energy in a special place in their hearts, which he called heavenly consciousness. It was like finding a treasure chest hidden between the two eyes, like a secret room within our minds. Master Li read from an old book called the Book of the Yellow Castle, which said that in the tiny space of the square inch in our face, we could learn to control our lives. This space, he said, was none other than our heavenly heart. It was a sacred place where a special light, the splendor, resided. With this special light, when this special light began to flow through the body, it brought order and harmony. It was like a wise king ruling over a kingdom, and everything fell into place. The powers within us aligned with this light, just like servants following their master's commands. Master Li's most important lesson was to make the light flow, to make it circulate within ourselves. This wasn't as hard as it seemed, but required patience and practice. Imagine a river that flows in a circle, and over time, it turns into something solid and beautiful, like a crystal. That crystal, the mind as the ultimate spirit battle for something extraordinary. In the ancient wisdom of the secret of the golden flower, the journey towards inner alchemy was like the light of begins with an understanding of the mind that held the same battle for eternal life. Chapter
It all
2
started with our text, delves deeper into the nature of
the
the
magical journey
how
was
it's
pivotal
every
role
in the process of understanding
the
concentration
dual nature
and
of
a
the
calm
mind.
mind.
The
Without
text
the
starts
stars
by emphasizing the dual nature of the mind, secret treasure, ordinary mind,
waiting to be
often
discovered
referred
by
to
those
as
spiritual
spirit mind, and
the
so
true
essential
Master
mind,
Lee shared
which
his
is like
teachings with his original spirit.
he knew that the journey
The ordinary
ahead would be
mind
both
is
challenging
and
thoughts,
reward emotions,
desires, and distractions.
the mysteries of
It is
heavenly
part of the
consciousness
mind
and the
constantly
golden
seeks
power
external
step by
stimulation,
step, and is not
easily
determination
explained
and
by
wisdom.
They put in cover the original spirit
incredible
of power
power
of life.
hidden within
In
our hearts.
contrast, the original spirit represents the core of our being, the unchanging and eternal aspects of consciousness. It is described as a beacon of light within, a pure and radiant source of awareness that transcends the transient fluctuations of the recursive mind. The central aim of the practitioner is to shift their awareness from the ordinary mind to the original spirit. The battle for awareness. Chapter 2 introduces the idea that the battle for spiritual awakening takes place within the confines of the mind. It is a battle between the distracting, ego-driven thoughts of the ordinary mind and the luminous, transcendent awareness of the original spirit. The text likens this struggle to the conflict between light and darkness. The role of the heart center. The key aspect of this chapter is the emphasis on the heart center as a focal point for meditation and inner work. The heart is seen as a vital bridge between the ordinary mind and the original spirit. By tuning one's attention to the heart, the practitioner can access a deeper level of consciousness and facilitate the transformation of awareness. The stillness of mind. The secret of the golden flower teaches that the key to victory in the inner battle is the cultivation of a still and calm mind. It is in the stillness that the original spirit can be recognized and accessed. The magical dance advises the practitioner to let go of a time where his wise discerning master desires and distraction. He had a secret to share mind, something settled the primordial spirit, serene and the conscious spirit. These are like the special breath visualization inside of us. Breath imagine that feelings are like important tools in the transformation of the universe. Just like courage, to harmonize breath with awareness and to visualize the circulation of light, symbolizing the awakening and even the entire universe, from the heart center and the sky, seemed as small as soap bubbles or a shadow. It is because only the primordial spirit and the true essence can break free from the rules of time and space. Now you might wonder, what are these primordial spirit and true essence? Well, let me explain. The primordial spirit is like the captain of a ship, guiding it through calm and stormy seas. It is beyond all the differences and conflicts of the world. It is the source of everything, the place where even heaven and earth draw their energy from. The true essence, on the other hand, it's like the magical energy that gives life to everything. But it's not just any energy. It's the purest and most powerful kind. It's like the secret ingredient that makes life special. Master Lee believed that when we learn to control and to connect with our primordial spirit, we can overcome the challenges and conflicts in our lives. We can rise above the everyday troubles and find peace within ourselves. When we are born, our primordial spirit lives in a special place between our eyes, like a tiny castle. But there's another spirit called the conscious spirit, and it
lives in our hearts. This heart is not the one you can see beating in your chest. It's more like a big peach-shaped space protected by our lungs, liver, and bowels. This heart in our chest depends on the outside world. It's sensitive to what we eat, what we hear, and how we feel. If we go without food for just a day, it feels uncomfortable. If we hear something scary, it starts beating faster. If something makes us angry, it can stop for a moment. And when faced with danger or something beautiful, it reacts too. There's another heart, the heavenly heart, that lives in our heads between our two eyes. This heart is different. It's calm and never gets shaken by what happens in the world. It's like a wise ruler who doesn't let the chaos of the world affect them. Master Li taught that our goal is to make our primordial spirit strong and let it lead our lives, just like a wise ruler on our throne. Our eyes help with this. They're like two trusted advisors, always supporting our primordial spirit. When our primordial spirit is in charge, our whole body listens and follows its lead. It's like when a king rules wisely and all the people in the kingdom respect and obey their rule. But there's more to this magical dream. Master Li said that to become truly extraordinary, we need to understand the elixir of life. It's like a special potion that makes us eternal and full of life. To create this potion, we need to use something magical called seed water, spirit fire, and thought earth. Seed water is like the energy of the universe, and it's the foundation. Spirit fire is the light within us, like the spark that makes us unique. Thought earth is the heavenly part in our heads, like our intuition. All these magical elements help us create our bodies and our spirits. You see, our bodies are just the alphabetical body inside them, which gives us our consciousness and feelings. But there's also something called the animus, where our true spirit resides. It's like a spirit warrior who lives in our eyes during the day and our liver at night when we dream. When we dream, this spirit warrior travels through the skies and the earth, exploring far-out places. But sometimes when we wake up from a dream, we feel heavy and moody, tied to our bodies. That's because our anima is holding us back. To free ourselves from this, we need to practice the circulation of the light, a magical method that helps us concentrate our spirit. By doing so, we protect our spirit, calm our anima, and let go of our consciousness for a while. This is like a magical journey where we reduce the darkness within us and bring out the light. Our primordial spirit is like a peaceful sage, and our conscious spirit is like a lively adventurer. They are like two best friends, each with their own way of looking at the world. But as we grow older, our conscious spirit tends to get carried away with worldly desires and distractions. It's like a strong leader who sometimes forgets the wise ruler in charge. Master Li taught that we must strengthen our primordial spirit like a fortress that defends our inner kingdom. When our primordial spirit is strong, it's like having a wise ruler on the throne. Our two eyes, like trusted ministers, work together to support our primordial spirit. To create the elixir of life and transform ourselves, we need to focus our spirit in our solar plexus, which is like the center of our body's energy. It's like adding the final magic touch to our journey. When we've all done all this work and create a body full of life energy, we can give birth to something incredible, an immortal circulation and a whole person.
It's like
In the ancient wisdom
and the secret of the fruit flower. But in the third chapter, this magical journey is not practice. It requires patience, dedication, and a deep understanding. This practice is central to the text teaches. It's a journey and serves as the bridge transformation of growth of the born and dying as some spirit. And so, as Master Lu shared chapter 3 with a profound revelation journey, the human body remains an information. Seek a subphilosophy serves as it is, which can be awakened truly and circulated every day in spiritual enlightenment. This elixir is often symbolized as light, and its circulation is the essence of inner power. The three centers, head, heart, and the practice of the circulation of the light revolves around three major centers within the body: the head, the heart, and the atom. These centers represent different stages of spiritual development and consciousness. The head center. This is the highest center and symbolizes the awakening of the original spirit. The text advises the practitioner to visualize a radiant light at the center of the head, representing the light of consciousness. The heart center. The heart is described as an intermediate between the head and abdomen. It serves as a bridge for the circulation of the light, allowing the light of consciousness to descend from the head to the heart and eventually to the abdomen. The abdominal center. This center represents the earthly aspects of the self and the integration of spiritual consciousness with the physical body. The practitioner is encouraged to visualize the light descending into the lower abdomen, where it nourishes and transforms the body. The breath and the mind, key instruments. Breath and mind play critical roles in the circulation of light. Text emphasizes that breath and awareness should be synchronized. The practitioner is advised to use gentle, natural breaths to guide the light's movement with the mind's focused intention. The principle of reversal. A central principle of the circulation of light is the idea of reversal. It's a concept deeply rooted in Taoist philosophy and alchemy, signifying a shift from the outward, extroverted orientation of the ordinary mind to an inward, introverted focus on the original spirit. The practice involves reversing the flow of consciousness from the external world to the inner world. The alchemical transformation. The circulation of the light is just not a mental exercise. It is a process of alchemical transformation. It is believed that through the continuous circulation of the light, the practitioner can purify their consciousness, transcend the limitations of the ego, and attain a state of enlightenment, characterized by inner peace, clarity, and unity with the Tao. Circulation of the light story. Once upon a time, there was a wise teacher named Master Lu. He talked about something called the circulation of the light, which means making a special kind of light move in a circle inside your body. When you do this, it's like magic, because it makes everything in the world become clear and pure. Imagine this light is like a tiny seed. And when you start doing this magic, it makes that seed grow and become very strong. It's like a tiny baby growing inside you. But it takes 100 days of practicing this magic for the light to become very strong, turning into something called spirit fire. After those 100 days, something amazing happens. In the midst of that light, the point appears like a tiny pearl, and as if you put a seed in the ground and it starts to grow into a plant. You have to be patient and wait for it to happen. The teacher also talked about looking at the end of your nose with both your eyes and sitting very still. It's like trying to look at something very tiny and important. By doing this, you can control your thoughts and make your mind very clear and calm. The teacher said that everything in the world is connected to this light, like the sun and the moon lighting up the earth. And when you do this magic, your body and mind become strong and healthy. So this lesson here is that if you want to be strong, healthy, and wise, you should practice this magic by looking inside yourself and making the light grow. It's like taking care of a special treasure inside of you. Special light inside you. Imagine you have a special light inside you, like a growing seed. This light can make you feel happy, clear-headed. But sometimes you get lazy or distracted, like when you daydream or can't focus. To help with this, you can use your breath, like when you take slow, deep breaths. When you breathe calmly, it's like telling your mind to stay still and not get too distracted. Your eyes and ears can help with this too. Close your eyes gently and try to listen to your own breath without making any noise. It's like a quiet game where you listen to your breathing and your heart feels calm and peaceful. Have you ever started feeling too lazy or sleepy while doing this? You can stand up and walk around for a bit to wake up your mind. Then you can sit down again and continue. With practice, you don't need to count your breaths anymore because your breathing will be calm all by itself. So by using your breath, you can keep your mind from wandering, and that special light inside you will shine brightly, making you feel happy and clear. In Chapter 6 of The Secret of the Golden Flower, we delve into the profound wisdom of integrating yin and yang, a central concept in Taoist philosophy and the practice of inner alchemy. This chapter elucidates how the harmonization of these complementary forces within the individual is a key to spiritual transformation and enlightenment. The complementary forces, yin and yang. Yin and yang are fundamental concepts in Taoism, symbolizing the dualistic nature of existence. They are complementary and interdependent forces, representing polarities such as darkness and light, passivity and activity, and receptivity and creativity. These forces are not in opposition, but rather part of a continuous cycle of balance and harmony. The microcosm of the body and mind. Just as the 5 elements are nearer than the human experience, so too are yin and yang. Chapter 6 explores how these dualistic forces are embodied within the individual. The body and mind are seen as microcosms of the greater universe, reflecting the interplay of yin and yang. Therefore, the harmonization and integration of these forces within the self are essential for spiritual development. The alchemical transformation, the circulation of the light. A central practice outlined in this chapter is the continuation of the circulation of the light, which was introduced earlier in the text. This practice is deeply entwined with the integration of yin and yang. It involves synchronized breathing, visualization, and balancing of light in balance and harmonized. The text details how the practitioner will focus on specific areas of the body to balance yin and yang. For example, balancing yin by focusing on the area below the navel, the lower elixir field, when it can accumulate yin energy, nurturing and grounding the body. Balancing yang by directing attention to the crown of the head, yang energy can be activated, promoting self-awakening and clarity of consciousness. The roles of the mind and heart. Intent plays a crucial role in the circulation of the light. The practitioner is advised to guide the light with their intent, allowing it to flow smoothly through the body. This requires a focused and tranquil mind, free from the distractions of the ordinary mind. The unity of yin and yang. A central theme of this chapter is the realization of the unity of yin and yang. While they are distinct forces, they are ultimately part of the same whole. Practitioners are guided to recognize that the harmonization of these forces within themselves is a reflection of the greater balance and unity found within the Tao. The dance of complementary forces. In the 6th chapter of the Secret of the Golden Flower, the practitioner is initiated into the profound practice of integrating yin and yang within themselves. This practice mirrors the deep-rooted philosophy of Taoism, emphasizing balance, harmony, and the recognition of unity within duality. This chapter teaches that by aligning with the complementary forces of yin and yang, both within and without, one can undergo a profound inner alchemy transformation. This transformation leads to greater inner peace, spiritual insight, and a profound sense of connection with the eternal dance of the Tao. The circulation of the light continues to serve as a transformation tool on the path to spiritual awakening and enlightenment. The Flower and the Dragon. This chapter, The Secret of the Golden Flower, is a culmination of the profound wisdom and practices presented throughout the text. It delves into the symbolism of the flower and the dragon, unveiling their significance in the practitioner's journey towards spiritual enlightenment. The flower, the essence of life. In the context of the Secret of the Golden Flower, the flower symbolizes the pure, awakened essence of life itself. It represents the original spirit, the timeless, unchanging core of one's being. Just as the flower blooms and reveals its inner beauty, the practitioner is called to awaken to their own inner essence. The dragon, the symbol of transformation. The dragon, on the other hand, is a symbol of transformation and power. In Chinese culture, the dragon is often associated with the Tao and represents a force of profound change and spiritual growth. It is not an external creature, but an internal force that can be harnessed for personal transformation. The integration of flower and dragon. Chapter 8 explores the unity and integration of the flower and the dragon with the practitioner's consciousness. It teaches that by recognizing the flower as the pure essence of one's true nature and harnessing the transformative power of the dragon, the practitioner can undergo a profound inner alchemy transformation. Alchemy process. The text outlines the alchemy process that occurs when the flower and the dragon are united within the practitioner's consciousness. Awakening the flower. The practitioner turns their attention inward, recognizing the original spirit as a flower within. This recognition is a profound shift in awareness, leading to a sense of inner stillness and clarity. Harnessing the dragon. With the awareness of the flower, the practitioner can then engage the transformative power of the dragon. This involves using the awakened essence to bring about positive change in one's life, to overcome obstacles, and to facilitate spiritual growth. The dance of integration. As the flower and the dragon are united and harmonized, the practitioner experiences a profound sense of unity and oneness with the Tao. This integration leads to a state of inner peace, clarity, and enlightenment. The return to simplicity. The chapter also emphasizes the importance of returning to simplicity, a core principle in Taoism. It advises the practitioner to let go of complexity, to embrace the essence of life, and to find wisdom in the simplicity of the present moment. Comfortatory experiences during the circulation of light. Imagine you're on a magical journey, like in a fairy tale. There are special things you can look out to know you're on the right path. First, you should have a big heart and care about all living things. Don't be mean or careless. Be kind and do what you say you will. Now let's talk about some signs that show you're doing well on your journey. 1. Happy feelings. When you're calm and peaceful, you might feel really happy, like you just had a great adventure. It's a sign that your body and mind are working together nicely, like a beautiful flower starting to bloom. 2. Peaceful thoughts. Sometimes your mind will become quiet, and you'll see the world as a bright and beautiful place. It's like feeling that the whole world is full of light and happiness. That means you're getting close to something special. 3. Feeling strong. You start feeling strong and brave. Nothing will scare you. Not even storms or really cold weather. You'll be so strong that even things that usually make people sad won't bother you. Everything will seem bright and wonderful. 4. Magical changes. Amazing things might happen. Things that are old and tired can now become new and fresh. It's like turning regular things into golds and diamonds. Even those that seems broken or smelly can become beautiful again. 5. Nature's beauty. You might start seeing beautiful pictures in your mind, like rows of trees. These trees represent the light inside you. Your body will feel like it's made of jewels, and you'll be filled with happiness. 6. Being wise. You're becoming very wise, like a great teacher. You understand the world in a special way, and people will respect you. 7. Listening to nature. Sometimes you hear things from far away, like people talking or the wind blowing. It's like you have special ears, but your own voice will be quiet, like an echo in the mountains. 8. Bright eyes. Your eyes will shine brightly, and everything around you will look bright too. It's like you're in a cloud of light. 9. Shiny body. Your body might start to glow, like it's made of silk or precious jewels. You'll feel so light that you might even feel like you're floating. Remember, these special things might happen differently for everyone.
gateway to unity. In the 7th chapter of The Secret of the Golden Flower, we explore the concept of the mysterious path as a gateway to spiritual enlightenment. This chapter teaches that the practitioner's journey is not about acquiring something new, but about returning to the original nature, the Tao. By engaging in the practice of silent illumination and understanding the unity of the three bodies, the practitioner can transcend the ordinary mind and experience a profound sense of oneness and integration. This chapter serves a reminder that the path of inner alchemy is a return to our true essence, a journey towards unity and enlightenment. Special power hidden inside you. Imagine you have a special power hidden inside you, like a magical spell. This power helps you to go on an amazing adventure. To unlock this power, you need to do a few things. 1. Crystal words. Think of 4 special words that make you feel strong and happy. These words will help you connect with your power. 2. Nature's clues. Pay attention to nature. When you see snow in the middle of summer or the sun shining brightly, it means your power is growing. 3. Feel the wind. Sometimes you might feel a gentle wind that fills you with energy. It's like a breath of magic. 4. Heavenly journey. Imagine you're exploring the sky like a superhero. You'll feel the spirit of the world and gain special wisdom. 5. The true home. Your true home is not a place, it's a feeling of peace and happiness deep within you. Now there is a secret within this secret. Non-action in action. This means doing things without getting too busy or too lazy. It's finding the right balance between taking action and staying calm. Eyes and heart. Your eyes and heart are like a superpower. They can help you understand and control the world around you. When they work together, amazing things happen. Circulation of the light. Imagine your energy flowing like a river, going up and down. This helps you stay strong and healthy. Focus on the good. When you focus on positive things like being kind and peaceful, your power grows even more. Breath and be quiet. Sometimes being still and quiet is when your power is at its strongest. It's like finding a secret treasure inside you. Harmony with nature. When you're connected to nature, you become even more powerful. You feel like you're part of something amazing. Remember, these secrets might be different for everyone, but when you discover them, you have your own superpowers to use on your journey. The journey beyond words. In The Secret of the Golden Flower, Chapter 9 takes us on a journey beyond words, beyond concepts, and into the realm of direct experience and realization. It is a chapter that transcends language and invites the practitioner to step into the profound silence of inner wisdom. The limitations of language. This chapter begins by acknowledging the limitations of language and conceptual thinking.
words, concepts, and intellectual constructs, while valuable in daily life, can only take us so far in understanding the deeper mysteries of existence. The text advises the practitioner not to be bound by words and to recognize that the true essence of spirituality lies beyond verbal expression. The Tao that can be spoken is not the true Tao. A famous Taoist aphorism is referred in this chapter. The Tao that can be spoken is not the true Tao. The name that can be named is not the true name. This wisdom reminds us that the ultimate reality, the Tao, cannot be adequately captured or defined by words or names. It is a direct experience that transcends linguistic description, beyond thought and concept. Chapter 9 guides the practitioner to a state of profound stillness and meditation. It teaches that to understand the Tao, one must transcend the realm of thought and concept. By silencing the ordinary mind and by releasing attachments with intellectual understanding, the practitioner can access a deeper, direct knowing. The silence of inner wisdom. Silence is emphasized as a profound vehicle for spiritual insight. The text advises the practitioner to cultivate inner silence, not as a mere absence of noise, but as a space where the true self, the original spirit, can be heard and experienced. In this silence, the practitioner directly encounters the wisdom of the Tao. The Tao as the ultimate reality. Throughout this chapter, the text underscores the idea that the Tao is not a distant or abstract concept. It is the ultimate reality that penetrates all of existence by transcending the limitations of language and thought. The practitioner can directly experience the Tao as the source and essence of life, the unity of all things. Chapter 9 also teaches that in the silence and direct experience of the Tao, one comes to recognize the profound unity of all things. There is no separation between self and other, between the outer and the inner and the outer. All dualities disappear in the light of this realization. Summary. This text talks about ancient ideas in China. Imagine there are two big forces in the world. One is like darkness and the other is like light. They are like two superpowers. From the dark force, something called the receptive feminine principle comes, and from the light force, something called the creative masculine principle comes. It's a bit like good and bad guys in a story. When a person is born, they have a special part inside of them that splits into two things. One is their life, and the other is their essence. It's like having two sides, kind of like how we have feelings. There is a part that's like our emotions, another part is like our thoughts. In a person's life, there are two more important parts, sort of like little characters in a play. One is called the anima, which is like the girl character, and the other is the animus, which is like the boy character. These two characters are always arguing with each other, just like how sometimes we argue with ourselves about what to do. When a person dies, the girl character goes one way and the boy character goes another way. But there's a special way for a person to develop something called the golden flower or immortal spirit body. It's like a superhero power. If a person uses this power, they can make the boy character win the argument. But when they die, they don't disappear. Instead, they become a special spirit called Shang, which is like a wise and powerful spirit. The text also talks about how to make this golden flower power. It's like having a special treasure inside you. If you let your energy go everywhere, it's like wasting the treasure. But if you use a special method to save your energy and make it go up, it's like unlocking the treasure's magic. Then you become a superhero after you're done. So in simple words, the text talks about ancient Chinese ideas about special powers inside of us and how to use them to become like superheroes when we're not alive anymore. It's a bit like a really old and wise comic book.
The secret of the golden flower and the teachings of Montauk Chia are related. The secret of the golden flower and the teachings of Montauk Chia are related, and they both draw from Taoist philosophy and practices, particularly those related to inner alchemy, energy cultivation, and spiritual development. However, they are distinct in their presentation and their interpretation of these principles. Here's an overview of their correlation. 1. Taoist influence. Both the secret of the golden flower and Montauk Chia's teachings are rooted in Taoism. Taoism is a Chinese philosophical and spiritual tradition that emphasizes living in harmony with the Tao, the fundamental principle underlying the universe. 2. Inner alchemy. One of the primary areas of correlation is in the practice of inner alchemy, also known as Niden in Chinese Taoism. This is the process of refining and transmuting one's inner energies to attain spiritual enlightenment and physical vitality. 3. Energy cultivation. Both systems involve techniques for cultivating and circulating energy within the body. In Montauk Chia's system, this is often referred to as Qi or Qi, while in the secret of the golden flower, it may be referred to as the light or spiritual energy. Meditation is a central practice in both systems. Practitioners are guided to turn their attention inward, quiet the ordinary mind, and cultivate a state of inner stillness and clarity. Breath control. Both systems place importance on harmonizing breath with energy and consciousness. Controlled and mindful breathing is seen as a way to facilitate the circulation of vital energy within the body. 6. Integration of polarities. Taoist philosophy, as well as both systems, often emphasize the integration of polarities such as yin and yang, which represents opposites and complementary forces. Balancing these polarities within the body and mind is seen as essential for health and spiritual growth. Practical techniques. Both the secret of the golden flower and Montauk Chia's teachings offer practical techniques and exercises that practitioners can follow to engage in energy cultivation, meditation, and inner alchemy. It's important to note, while there are similarities in their foundational principles, Montauk Chia has developed a distinct system known as the Universal Healing Tao, which includes practices like the microcosmic orbit, 6 healing sounds, and the inner smile meditation, among others. These practices have their own unique methods and terminology. In summary, the correlation between the secret of the golden flower and Montauk Chia's teaching lies in their common roots in Taoism and their shared emphasis on inner alchemy, energy cultivation, meditation, and spiritual development. However, each system has its own approach, practices, and terminology that make them distinct from each other. Edgar Cayce and the Secret of the Golden Flower. Edgar Cayce, often referred to as the Sleeping Prophet, and the Secret of the Golden Flower, a classic Taoist text, may seem like an unlikely combination. However, when we explore Cayce's life and teachings, we can uncover some intriguing conceptions and insights. This chapter explores the intersection of Edgar Cayce's spiritual work and the wisdom contained within the Secret of the Golden Flower. Edgar Cayce, the Sleeping Prophet. Edgar Cayce, 1877 to 1945, was a highly respected American psychic who became famous for his ability to enter a deep trance state and access information on a wide range of topics including health, spirituality, past lives, and the nature of reality. Cayce's readings and insights provided guidance and healing to thousands of people, earning him a reputation as one of the most gifted psychics in history. The spiritual journey of Edgar Cayce. Cayce's spiritual journey began in childhood, and he developed a deep interest in the Bible and spirituality. Throughout his life, he experienced visions and encounters with angelic beings that shaped his understanding of the spiritual realms. Reincarnation and karma. One of Cayce's central teachings was the concept of reincarnation and karma, which aligns with certain aspects of Eastern spirituality, including Taoism in the Secret of the Golden Flower. The idea of the eternal soul and its journey through lifetimes is also explored, highlighting the interconnectedness of all existence. Healing and mind-body connection. Cayce's health readings often emphasize the mind-body connection and the role of the subconscious mind in physical and emotional well-being. This emphasis on the power of the mind and the importance of inner harmony resonates with the principles of inner alchemy found in Taoism. Meditation and inner transformation. The Secret of the Golden Flower is a Taoist text that delves into meditation, inner alchemy, and the cultivation of spiritual consciousness. Cayce's teachings also emphasize the transformative power of meditation and accessing high states of consciousness to gain spiritual insights. Unity and oneness. Both Cayce's readings and The Secret of the Golden Flower highlight the ultimate unity and oneness of all beings and the interconnectedness of everything in the universe. They emphasize the importance of aligning with the divine and realizing one's essential nature as part of a greater whole. Conclusion. A confluence of wisdom. While Edgar Cayce and The Secret of the Golden Flower come from different cultural backgrounds and spiritual traditions, they share common themes: the spiritual awakening, inner transformation, and the realization of the interconnectedness of all life. The wisdom contained with these teachings continue to inspire seekers on the path to self-discovery, healing, and oneness with the divine. Edgar Cayce's life and work reminds us that spiritual truths are universal and can be found across diverse traditions, providing guidance and illumination for those on a quest for deeper understanding and spiritual growth.
Hello and welcome to this Facebook Live version of Reflections, the Wisdom of Edgar Cayce. We're here today with John Van Auken. Thanks for coming back, John. And we're going to be talking about Taoism and The Secret of the Golden Flower and your new book. And first of all, boy, you're looking very Indiana Jones today. What's going on?
Well, I just got back from leading the Chinese friends of Edgar Cayce through Egypt.
Oh,
They love Egypt too.
Oh, so you're teaching the Chinese about Taoism?
No. In China, but in Egypt about Egyptian mythology.
Okay, well that'll be next then.
Right. They are very interested in all ancient spirituality and spiritual cultures.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, and so you've been doing that for a while, and getting involved with China.
China's growing for the presence of Edgar Cayce. Our main center of operations is Shanghai. But it reaches out using their mobile phones through WeChat. They're all on WeChat.
Oh, wow.
And so I can talk or give a little talk, and they're all watching me live on their mobile phones.
And so has your interest in Taoism at all been spurned by your involvement with the Chinese, or does it go
Actually, it goes all the way back to when I was 24.
Oh.
And I first came to ARE, and Hugh Lynn Cayce, Edgar's firstborn and the president of ARE at the time, and Dr. Herb Puryear were teaching a course on the secret of the golden flower, concepts about consciousness and life, and I took the course, and I've been practicing the meditation techniques and the thinking patterns all this time.
And so Edgar Cayce himself, he never mentioned Taoism or The Secret of the Golden Flower?
No, not by name, no, but some of the concepts. That's why the book's called Edgar Cayce and The Secret of the Golden Flower, because his concepts fit so perfectly with the Taoist master's teachings.
I see. And is that what Hugh Lynn and Herb, they felt there was a real synchrony between the two?
They did.
So they would teach that?
And remember, Herb was a Jungian psychologist, so he brought in Carl Jung, and Hugh Lynn was a mystical Christian, brought in sort of all the mystery and magic, and that blended perfectly with the Taoist master who dictated The Secret of the Golden Flower.
Well, guide us through, in a nutshell, kind of what...
Well, in a nutshell, there are two fundamental principles. The first is being and non-being. And that if being only knows himself as being, he's never aware of the depths of his non-being. And the best way I can share that with you is if you have a pet that you know very well and it eventually dies and it's sitting there and you're looking at it and you're saying, that's not my pet. My pet was what was running around the house and all. That's the non-being. This is the physical manifestation of the essence of your pet.
So does it relate at all to like ego, soul, or body, spirit?
In Jungian approach, yes. Ego, soul, body, spirit, matter, energy. Energy is working through the matter of the pet's body. And that is actually the spirit of the pet. And when that leaves, all you have is the being, the material being, but the essence, the non-being quality of your pet is still alive. That's what Edgar Cayce was saying. There is no death of the soul or the spirit. It's the physical manifestation of your soul or spirit through the body.
And in what ways do the Taoist teachings parallel Cayce? In what ways are there some differences?
In most of the ideas that Cayce conveyed about body, mind, and spirit working together, in other words, his holism, his oneness idea. Remember in one reading he said, one, one, one. You know, teach oneness.
So that's very Taoist?
Yeah, oh yeah. We are in the manifested manyness, and that's separate from me, and you're separate from me and all. But Cayce and the Taoist master are teaching that interconnected to everything is a collective consciousness. These flowers have a consciousness and a vibe. You do, but there is a collective oneness at a point, and that's where Edgar Cayce was so psychic. He was in that oneness, and so when people were near him or he engaged people and everything, he was working at a level of interconnected oneness with their consciousness. That's how he could know so much about the person. When he went into trance, he went into the oneness.
I see.
And got the information there.
And so are the Taoists, like if you're a practicing Taoist, is your spiritual evolution to becoming more and more aware of oneness, like kind of moving from the non-being or the being into the non-being presence?
It's very interesting how they work. The first lesson starts you in beingness because that's what you know, and gradually teaches the being how to perceive the non-being qualities, the essence of themselves, and then move into the essence or non-being and become very familiar with it in its presence. But then it teaches you how to bring both back together. So that the outer self and the inner self are united and living together, working together.
So like to know yourself, to be yourself, and yet be one.
And be just like Edgar said, right? Know yourself to be yourself, and yet one with the whole.
And is Taoist also is the practice meditation?
Oh
is
yeah, for the most part, it's meditation, but it's also state of mind. Like the new movement in America right now of mindfulness. That's basically what they're also looking for. But the practice is reflection. And you remember Jesus said, the kingdom of God is within you. Well, if it's within you, nothing's possible without reflection. Because that's where it is. Well, the Taoists believe the same thing. So inner, reflective, introspective moments, which we might call meditation, are important to the being understanding non-being. The many understanding the oneness.
And is it a tradition that do they use the word God? Is it,
no, they don't use the word God. It's like the infinite eternal. Very similar to Kabbalah. They use the concept of the infinite eternal. Out of the infinite eternal came the temporary. I can live 80 to 100 years, and then what happens? I'm back into the connection with the infinite eternal, because Cayce said, there's no death of the spirit and the soul. So it's more a concept like that. They don't actually have a Godhead or a supreme being.
Well, it's almost like, I think, when before God had a name, when they said that which doesn't have a name,
Right.
it seemed like everything was more peaceful.
Yes.
You know, it just seems like, so I think this way of not calling it just non-being, it seems like it's hard to come up and say, my non-being can beat up your non, to have a war over,
Right.
over non-beingness.
See, that's still very much in the being reality. You make it a supreme being, but actually it's infinite, and therefore it's beyond being, but yet it's in all being. It's in the flowers, in me, in you, the chair, the wood.
And then how does that title come about, The Secret of the Golden Flower? Is that the golden flower something inside of you? Is it a symbol of something?
Yeah. So the concept began as the growth of a beautiful flower symbolizing the growth of consciousness. And so the golden flower unfolds step by step, just like your spiritual path. And I put that in the book too. Cayce said it's all step by step, here a little, there a little, that it proceeds to the full illumination. That's the way they saw it. In India, in Hinduism, you would think of it as the unfolding of the lotus. That would be very similar. The lotus comes out of the swamp of life. It blooms one petal at a time until it's fully illuminating you with its light. Same with the secret of the golden flower.
Oh, how interesting.
Yeah.
And what other connections do you see with, like, what has it brought into your awareness from Cayce's work? Are there any other concepts or ideas or readings that come to your mind?
Well, when I was a young man, a boy, I was trained to see myself as a person and see my mom and my dad as other persons in my life, my brothers and sisters and all. But as you gradually apply these concepts, your personalness expands into a collectiveness. And suddenly you realize that you're actually a part of them and they're a part of you. And then even beyond that is an infinite source of life that is in everything.
How interesting.
Yeah. So another technique besides being and non-being in the Taoist teaching is actions that lead to non-action. So like Casey, if you were going to meditate, Edgar Casey would give you exercises first.
Right.
So those are actions that lead to non-action. So he would give you the head and neck exercise,
chanting,
the breathing.
Yeah,
those are actions that will lead to non-action. And the Taoist master teaches the same thing.
What's interesting, just like in the work that I do with regression, it's like when you move into the trance state, it's like you move into an etheric, a soul conscious, or you could say non-being. And I remember like I have a sister in this life that I've never quite trusted, never known why. And in a regression, I saw that she had put me up for adoption in a past life. I right away realized that that's why unconsciously I had not trusted her, but I was able to experience her emotions in that regression. So I was able to feel her sadness. There were 12 kids. It was Ireland. They couldn't feed. Yeah, I had taken it personally when I realized it wasn't personal. So it was a little bit like I entered the field of her that had compassion, which is hard to do in the physical realm. It's hard for me to enter into, let's say if you've hurt me, to kind of move into the field of what might be going on for you that would lead you to that action. And if I could enter that field, then forgiveness wouldn't even be necessary, because there would just be compassion and understanding.
And you are doing exactly what the master taught, moving out of personalness into an expansive awareness of all the influences and others. And you felt your sister's dynamic in this terrible situation. That was an expanded awareness.
Yes, that's what it was. It was outside of the little Peter consciousness. And moving into that. Yeah, it's really great when you see how these different traditions, what Edgar Casey said, how it weaves in with other views and
it's marvelous.
And that all truth is one. Yeah. One of the things I say, just one more thought came to say before I forget it, is I've said that injury happens from the separation consciousness and healing happens in the oneness. So the Peter, think of me as separate. That's where my injury was. But when I moved into my sister's consciousness, that's where I was able to heal. So I'm sure that the Taoist way leads to feeling a lot of healing compassion for yourself and others and in the world.
Yeah. Serenity, contentment, and yet active presence. But nothing penetrates you so much as to knock you off balance, and you don't take things personally. You know there's a collective energetic going on that everybody's dealing with, and everyone has free will and misapplies it. But you feel somewhat like, remember Edgar said, step back and watch yourself go by. That's really what the Taoist master is teaching. And then when you get in that place, there's a deep serenity. You're observing.
Now, I remember Houston Smith, who wrote about world religions. He had adopted like some aspect of these different the 8 great world religions. Is there some element of Taoism that through your study you've incorporated? Is there some unique practice or principle
ever
there?
Since I was 24, I've been practicing all the concepts and techniques. I have applied other practices and other techniques, and I've written books on Kabbalah, Mayan mysticism, Egyptian mysticism, Christian mysticism. All that works into it.
So it's been the foundation since you were 24.
The practice started when I was 24 with Hugh Lynn Casey and Herb teaching the class for the staff here. And I just never lost it. I reread the Golden Flower book over and over. And so when I went to write it, I had already had about 50 years of Casey research and Casey readings in me, and 50 years of Taoism. So that it came together.
Well, it just reminds me, Casey, when he would start talking about a subject in a reading, he'd say, many a book can be written about this topic. So maybe the secret of the Golden Flower is one of the books that could have been written about the subjects he was trying to talk about.
Yes.
So it's given you, so you found in that material kind of perhaps more depth or kind of a further analysis of themes that Casey brought up.
Yeah. Now, Charles Thomas Casey was Edgar's grandson in my age, and he and I were friends all our lives.
Yes.
And we both realized we had a past life in China. And so actually, I think at 24, there was some of my soul's Chinese background that just was drawn to it. And then it pleased me to practice it because I kind of knew it inside. So that's what shaped me quite a bit.
I went to China one time with Charles Thomas, and he was reading from The Secret of the Golden Flower. And one thing that he said that always stuck with me was the backward flowing motion.
Yes.
And I've always thought, it's like the way salmon try to go back to the source. It's so easy to come down the river,
right?
But then when you try to make your way back to the source,
right,
it's a battle. Like you have to have some.
It always reminds me of Jesus saying to Nicodemus, "No one ascends to heaven who didn't already descend from it, even the Son of Man."
Well, it sure is easier going down the slide than
absolutely, absolutely, and then to think that the kingdom's within you. And I remember when I was a young boy in study group going, there's nothing in here. I'm sitting with myself and they're going to do this for 15 minutes,
John, I don't know how many times when I'm struggling with the meditation, I think of you saying that. This is like John thinking, what's going on? It's just me and this sofa and my cranky back.
Right.
Something like that.
Oh, it took me a long time to get the breakthrough.
Yeah, to just kind of get there. And I find sometimes even when I've had the breakthrough, it doesn't mean I'm going to stay there.
No.
Every meditation has its own dynamic. Its own life.
And every time life tore me away from my practice, when I went to go back, I had to work harder. It didn't come back as easily as it was.
It's like a jealous lover. It doesn't take you back so easily.
No, not so easily. Wait a minute, you're going to have to earn this.
I gave it to you easy the first time. The second time won't be that easy. Well, let's see. I think do you feel it's a good time to take some questions? Because I'm sure we're stimulating.
Let's see what they're interested in.
I'll read the first one here from Susan. It seems like there is a global collective mind here. How can we tap into that global energy and change the current humanitarian crisis we're in? Oh, so she's asking a question about the collective consciousness and some of the challenges that are going on in the world. And is there something in what we're talking about that might shed some light or possibility on this?
This is exactly what Edgar Casey addressed when he was asked about the Armageddon. The Armageddon in the Revelation, and I know you know it well. In that battle between the dark and the light forces, it is tipped over by how many souls bring the light in versus how many souls are carrying the darkness. And the more we budget a little time to abide in the light, to draw the light through us, to evoke the light, and to send the light even to those who are causing trouble, we become light beings. And the more this light grows through many, many souls and bodies, the more it subdues the dark forces.
So you're saying in some ways that the process is first kind of deal with the humanitarian crisis within you, and then move or simultaneously be aware of it within yourself and how it's reflected in the collective.
And many people are doing this that do not know Taoism or meditation. They're doing it through a loving heart, through prayer, through thoughts of care and concern, and they're actually helping the light move, and they don't even know the techniques you and I are talking about.
Well, as we're talking, I'm wondering, is it some way like as we think of the collective consciousness and the individual consciousness, let's say if we're an individual and let's say we're distressed, we're not sleeping well, we're having issues in our lives, and let's say we begin to get physically ill as a result. Let's say we even develop a disease.
Yeah.
And then in some ways the healing process is to begin to work with our consciousness to help that. In some ways, is it possible also that the global collective consciousness is like an individual that's getting caught up in a lot of this drama? Not that it's not real in a way, but that the part of the solution is for individuals to know that they're part of the whole and contribute into that. Would that be a Taoist kind of answer?
The Taoist answer would be like in the swamp of life through the television and world news, you are working from a deeper place within yourself. This serenity, this contentment draws the light to it. Even though the swamp activity is terrible, Edgar used to say, out of some of the ugliest swamps come the most beautiful lilies. If you can hold to that light within you, and yet you know all the terrible stuff that's going on, either in your personal life or the collective life of humanity, you will overcome that and birth a lily in the midst of swamp.
So it's possible that as a humanity that we're birthing something.
Yes.
That there's a even though it looks troublesome in many areas.
Yes.
That there's been incubation or like a birthing pain, something like that.
In fact, let's see, in Matthew chapter 24, Jesus describes all the horrible things going on in the world. Then he says a sentence that everybody ignores. These are the birth pains. If they would grasp the meaning of that statement by the Master, they'd realize all this turmoil is like dilating your heart and mind to give birth to the higher truth, the greater light. So the pain that you're experiencing is breaking illusions up, breaking up forces of darkness that seem to be all powerful. They seem to have the political power, the military power, the monetary power. In your individual life, you seem to be surrounded so much that you don't see a way out and you feel alone. And yet, there's no way you can be separate from the whole. There's no way you can be outside the all-knowing. It knows you. It knows what you're dealing with.
Well, and I would add what you're saying, what it's making me think is that one of the things that's happening, like I think that, you read a lot about how the stuff that we're facing as a humanity, it's not new, but what seems to be new is that we're seeing it, and we're becoming very conscious of it. And I think that as much as that, sometimes ignorance is bliss, but ignorance doesn't lead to the possibility to do anything about it. And so I think that, my sense is that, whatever way you look at it, I think people are becoming more activated, that they're realizing that this isn't a time to just sit on your hands. And so if people can balance that with, reflection leading to action, like you were saying, that might be something helpful. Because it's not like, I think sometimes the criticism of the New Age is that it's just sit on the sidelines and meditate and do yoga. Whereas it's, as opposed to thinking, well, take what you pray about and act off of that. Do what you know best to do, whether it's vote or start some kind of group or do some action that to try to help improve consciousness.
Absolutely.
And maybe the fear, or if people can turn that into right action, maybe that's a good word to use. Maybe that's a good way to answer that.
Absolutely. And even those people that we know that are not dynamic activists, they can channel the light by their radiating energy toward all the situations. But then there are those of us that can actually engage in action to affect the stew of society and activity and mental thought. We can engage in it. And that's where the children of the light become very important.
One thing I've just become, it's like you're saying that spiritual growth, or it's a growth, it's like a development. And one of the things that, I know that Casey, it's in all the readings, it's that thoughts are things, and how powerful the mind is. But as I'm getting older, or maybe it's not just time, but I'm quite aware about how my thoughts influence my world. Like I'm quite aware about how my thoughts influence what happens. Now, I wasn't aware of that before. Like, I don't know if that was always true, or whether it's just something new. But I think if people start to realize that in some ways the way that you're thinking it's not just pie in the sky sort of thing.
Right.
Your thoughts are going to influence your family, they're going to influence your workplaces, they're going to influence the way things happen.
Yeah. You remind me of the idea that you are aging like a good wine, not like bread. And many people
in
age.
some ways I am getting crusty and stiff.
Many people age like bread,
Yeah.
and you want to age like wine. That's the way to go.
More sweet, more,
Yeah, right.
more flavorful.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking on the lighter side that if you ever decide to write a book 2 on this thing,
Yeah.
the great title would be The Power of Tao.
The power of Tao.
You know that it's a joke.
Yeah.
You know the
Oh,
there's the power of now. Give me the power of Tao.
yeah.
Okay.
The power
Scratch
of now,
that
power
one.
of Tao. Yeah. We could do now with the thing in Tao.
That's right.
Yeah.
I've oftentimes thought that my book would be The Power of Later.
Ah.
To never do today what you could put off.
Could put off
for
till tomorrow.
Good. Well, I think that our discussion is quite deep. People are contemplating questions. But those of you watching, just feel free if you have any questions. You know, now is a great time to ask them of John on this subject. But let's just continue just talking about this. So you got into this and you're in your 20s, and what brought it up now as something you wanted to explore as a...
Actually, it was Kevin Tedeschi.
Oh,
He turned to me one day and he said, you know, you're probably the only one who could write that book. Why don't you do it?
yeah.
I thought to myself, yeah, 50 years? Why not?
Yeah.
And I started in writing it. And as I started in, I got more and more excited as I saw how beautifully they fit together.
Well, I just think it's interesting that you have started kind of a strong kind of collaboration with our Chinese members and
Isn't
friends.
that synchronistic?
And this,
Yeah.
this is, it's kind of, it's a neat fruition.
I agree.
That's coming.
And my past life seems to be coming closer to the surface because now I'm in China a lot. I'm with Chinese
yeah.
a lot. And I've written a book on the fundamental philosophy of Chinese Taoism. You know, it's amazing.
Yeah.
All seems to be flowing.
Well, I remember the first time I went to Israel as an adult. I remember I was in a very meditative space, and I could understand Jesus' teachings much better being there. It was almost like his energy was in the rock.
Right.
And so I wonder, it's not much talked about, but when you go to China to study Taoism, if there's more of an energetic facilitation of gaining access to the concepts, there's more of a clarity.
In certain geographical locations, the answer is yes. But China is a thriving modern culture. Beijing is amazing, and Shanghai is all new. You just can't believe it when you go there from the Western world. The news has not told you what it's really like over there. I spent a lot of time going, whoa, what is this?
It's, like Casey said, once they let down their hair, boy, it's just gonna.
That's right.
You're gonna be out there. Now, are you having in your trips? I mean, I know when you go to Egypt, of course, it's about Egypt, and Casey's reading on Egypt. But has there been questions about Taoism? Have there been interest?
Mostly when I go to China to teach, they want me to teach body, mind, spirit, diet, health, Edgar Casey stuff, really specifically Edgar Casey and his unique look into life and soul growth. They really want a lot of that. Of course, they enjoy me showing Buddhism, Hinduism, Kabbalah, Mayan stuff, Egyptian stuff. They enjoy all of that. But body, mind, spirit, and how to live life ideally using an ideal. Because they've got a lot of things flowing for them. So material life's much better now. So now they're trying to feed their souls and their minds.
Now, is religion still a controversial subject in China?
Not really. Religion is, it depends. If the religion stays with religion, they're kind of like us. Separation of church and state. Absolute separation.
Kind of like us?
Yeah. Well, they're supposed to be.
Right.
Politically, we may not be that way. But that was our forefathers' intention.
Yes.
But in China, that's it. If you can practice your Buddhism, your Taoism, your Tibetan Buddhism, your Zen, your Christianity, you can practice all of those as long as you use them for your soul growth.
I see.
And not political movements.
I see.
You know,
Okay.
which, you know, here we wrestled with that in the, I guess it was the 70s and 80s. The moral majority and all of that movement brought religion into politics.
Now, you're going to be going back to China.
I am
this
leading a
fall.
tour of China in August and September for Americans, for Canadians, Americans, and they're mostly ARE members and friends that go with me on these tours.
Now, will there be any introduction to Taoism, or will there be,
Oh,
will
yeah.
that be infused? Will you go to some of the
Oh, yeah.
shrines or that sort of thing?
Oh yeah, the beautiful shrines, and we go up to Lhasa, Tibet, and the Tibetan temples, and Portala Palace, Portala Palace. You know, it's sacred everywhere. Even in Beijing, there are many sacred temples. It's very, very nice. But we also see the modern China as well.
And so you'll be leading meditations and doing some lectures on this subject. Oh, that sounds great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember fondly the trip that I took there.
Good.
Back in the, gosh, I must have been the 90s, 1990s.
The 90s, yeah.
Something like that.
So we're not getting any questions.
I think our subject
Are
is
we?
kind of...
Are we causing you to go? Whoa!
It is quite a
I
vast,
don't know what to think about
a
that.
vast subject.
The last time you and I did one of these, we got lots of questions.
I think it was more a basic sort of subject. I think this is. Oh, it looks like we got one coming.
Okay.
They're expanding. So, John, I want to thank you for affirming once that the only thing that gets taken over to the other side is the love we have shared here. And Peter, I want to thank you for reminding me to be unafraid, though we may see many fall to the right and left of us. Oh, you're very welcome, Sally.
Yeah. Yep.
So did you, with your book, do you feel like, are you happy with that as an encapsulation of Casey's work with Taoism?
It's got everything in it. And in the back of the book are more Casey readings that are relevant. And I go into great depth. I have all the footnotes in the back, not so you can read fluidly. I have all the illustrations from the ancient text in the book.
And that comes out later this year?
No, it comes out next week, January 17th.
Oh, great.
January 17th, it'll be available. But there are a lot of pre-orders that have already happened. And I'll be autographing all of those and shipping them out next week.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, I'm sure lots of folks are looking forward to that. And are you going to incorporate that into any field conferences?
Oh, yeah. Right now, my field programs for ARE are booked on the topic of prophecy. But as soon as I fulfill those, we'll move into the ideas of Taoism and the Golden Flower and how to live your life with a certain level of consciousness and a regular practice that keeps you growing.
So kind of just encapsulating what I've understood from what you've said about Taoism. So it seems like the goal, or what you're aiming to achieve with a Taoist practice, we would use the word oneness, where you're kind of seeing yourself as a, is it a being or a non-being, and also realizing that you have a non-being quality, and that non-being quality is the field that we all share. And in some ways that makes you a more compassionate, kind of connected person, because I would think of you.
Greater peace within you, a clearer perception of what's going on and a connectedness to the source of your life. Like Edgar's 2 points, soul growth, it's about soul growth, and expanded consciousness, becoming more and more aware of what it's all about and how to best apply yourself given the circumstances and your relationships.
And is there like a parallel concept of like the fruits of the Spirit? Like
Oh, yeah.
The fruits of being in the
Yeah.
oneness consciousness?
Yeah, so the fruits of the Spirit idea, which I wrote about in my book, From Karma to Grace, is a powerful dynamic in the Casey teachings. You know that. And so these fruits, as you apply them in your life, the seeds actually start to grow into a greater soul, a clearer mind, and more harmony with the whole. And that brings you the contentment and the serenity as you do it. So yeah, the fruits of the Spirit, you know, kindness, love, patience, understanding, gentleness.
Now, is this at all connected to like Lao Tzu and Confucius?
Exactly.
That's the
Well, Confucius is a little, he's in the book,
Yeah.
but he's a little more social. He's about how to structure a society and a government. A lot about that. But he has Taoist elements that are in the book. But Lao Tzu, or Lu Tzu, is definitely woven throughout. And the I Ching and all.
Also the I Ching.
I Ching, yeah, we go into all of that.
Yeah, I love that. It's always the right action.
And
right
I
thinking.
actually show the original statements of the master, then the translation. And that helps. And I also show...
When you say the master, do you mean...
Lao Tzu,
Lao Tzu.
or some... see, actually, Lao Tzu means old master.
Oh.
It's not a personal
I
name,
see.
it's a description.
his name was like Frankie or Earl.
Yeah. I doubt it was Frankie. Okay.
All right, so Amber's asking a question. Does sacred geometry merge with anything having to do with the secret of the golden flower? Is there a sacred geometry aspect? I think she's thinking of the flower, the way it opens. Is there?
I think this teaching series is more etheric, psychological, emotional. It's so I would be misleading you to say, yeah, there's a lot of sacred geometry. If you're talking about structure of the body temple, yes. If you're talking about using chakras and Sushumna, Ida, Pingala to move the energy out of Yoga Sutras, yeah, there's some of that structure that's sacred. But not sacred geometry like in building the Great Pyramid.
Right, so there's not a math element to
it's
this
not
sort
in
of
there.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the math lovers will, there's plenty of other places where they can connect with God.
Oh,
but it wouldn't
yeah.
be quite through this.
Believe me, after you're about 20 pages into this book, you'll be totally right brain, because it's very poetic and has lots of imagery, and it lifts you out of the intellect,
Yeah.
more into the intuitive,
Yeah.
and you have to feel the truth that we're reading about.
Oh, that sounds.
Yeah.
I got to read that book. So here's a question. I'm not sure what they mean here. Where are we on the King's Wall right now? You know, on Facebook, a wall is what. No, I don't think that's what they mean. Does that resonate with you at all? With the King's Wall?
I'm trying to think of what they could be talking about.
Let's play
the
with
Great
the
Wall of
King's
China.
Word, the King's Word, the King's Will.
The Great Wall of China is still there. I've been on it several times.
That is
It's not going
magnificent.
anywhere.
Yeah, it's one of the few man-made or human-made things you can see from space.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. It was quite impressive.
I really don't know what that question's about. I'm
They'll
sorry.
follow. Maybe it might be a typo.
Oh,
And
okay.
they'll correct it.
Okay, here it's going again.
Here's from Susan. How can we help children tap into the oneness and have a more expanded consciousness?
Well, I do teach children how to do that, and in my meditation certification course, we have a whole segment on teaching children. And children at different stages and in different situations, children are very literal, and you don't want to work in that zone with them with statements that are too like that. You want to work more in the realm of imaginative feeling. So for children have just come out of the oneness, out of the heavens, out of the infinite, and so it's latent within their little growing personalities and the chemistry of their bodies that's still occurring. So you want to work more with sort of feeling and imagination and story, because the subconscious language is not the outer intellectual language. And you're really dealing with subconscious here. The boogeyman is behind the closet, underneath the bed. That's the power of their imagination. So you must work in that language, and if you do so with, I can't get into all the detail of how to do it, but it's like working more with the feelings and the imagery of goodness, of peace, of oneness, and they find it their way. Now, in a group of children, one will go very quickly, and another will be looking out the window. And you just have to understand that's where they are, and not lay the heavy boss thing on them or adult thing. I just taught a class yesterday on young class, let me think, they were 5-year-olds, on China. And I worked more with imagery and pictures, and they got lots of excitement and energy. And then occasionally I would ask a question, you know, why do you think it looks like that? And you get all sorts of answers and all. And
yeah, it's
so,
almost like helping them not forget how it's like to imagine and be
to
in that.
remember.
Yeah, because I think Picasso, when he talked about art, he said you have to remember to be a kid to be an artist.
Yes.
And so it's almost like if you're teaching kids how to meditate, it's like honor where you're at so that you don't lose it.
I can remember in my 40s reading Jesus saying you have to be like a little child to get into the kingdom of heaven. And I was so befuddled by that statement.
So you thought that meant you could have tantrums? And
yeah. So until I could feel the childlike purity, the childlike openness, and yet not too open that I didn't have any shields, you know.
Yeah.
But that's a magical statement that's very tricky to do, to be that way.
Well, you see, like even in the Casey readings, you see sometimes how a very pure soul has come in a little early into the earth.
Yes.
And the wolves have gotten them. You know?
Yes.
You saw that with some of these high souls that he gave readings for, and how they kind of got chewed up. So it's almost like knowing how to be that vulnerable.
Yeah,
so
even Jesus made a comment about hurting the little children. Be careful of that, because their Father in heaven has their soul always before his face, always before his heart. You're harming them. You're touching the source of life.
That's true.
Let's see what we got.
Here's Kim. Is there one technique specifically that provides the greatest aid to achieving higher states of consciousness?
Honey, if there was, I would have bagged it and sold it. Believe me. It's a multiple level body techniques that will help your body raise its vibrations, move energy out of lower chakras to heart chakra, higher chakra, all of that. Then you've got levels of consciousness and thoughts. Edgar said, you know, watch your thoughts. Thoughts are things. In one, he actually said, a thought is as real as a pin stuck in your hand. And so when I was young at university and first read that, I went, oh my God, somebody should have told me this, you know? And I had to watch all my thoughts, so I didn't project negative thoughts. But then I found, geez, most of my negative thoughts are about me. And so I had to stop that. So I became mindful of thinking and thoughts. And I would say to myself, no, not that thought. No, we're not going there. That thought no. And I would bring up something positive. If I was looking at a person or I lived with a person that was difficult, I would try to focus on their virtues, minimize their vices. Not ignore them, but minimize and focus on and try to bring out the virtues.
Yeah.
But when I thought about myself, I tried to do the same thing.
What I hear, you probably hear this all the time, is people that tell you like, oh, I tried meditating and my mind's too busy.
Yeah.
So I'm not a person who can meditate. And I always say, well, that's like, thinking I want to do exercise, and I went for a run once and I was out of breath. I must be allergic to exercise. I always say it's like that's everybody's mind is busy. The reason you meditate is to work with that busyness. So it's like if there was one thing I remember with starting is just try to have your reflective point.
Yeah.
And as much of your mind, and just accept that the practice is that it wanders, and then there's nothing wrong with you for having lots of thoughts.
Oh, no.
But it's just hold on to whether you're focusing on your breath or an affirmation or a mantra, just kind of keep holding on to that. And then every now and then you'll have a meditation that you don't have that many thoughts, but those are, give thanks for those. They're few and far between.
Yeah.
I find, I don't know.
Yeah. I think you're right.
Yeah.
I remember exercising and getting through a good exercise session, and then I was drying myself with a towel, and I said, I have to do this again tomorrow?
Forget that. Once is enough. Well, I think also, before we get this question, it's like I've thought of it that, like if you want to build up physical muscles, you do repetitions. So you drop the weight and you lift it back, drop it and lift it. And then you keep doing that,
Right.
But it feels sort of stupid. Like, why am I doing this? Maybe it hurts, but you're building muscles. And I
Right.
think for me, it seemed like your mind wanders, you bring it back. Your mind wanders, you bring it back. And in some ways you're developing
building
a strength of mind.
A strength of mind.
And then
Absolutely.
what I've found is that when I'm in that practice, the benefit isn't in meditation, it's when I'm not meditating and I have a thought that I want to let go of.
Right.
And so I'll bring back the thoughts that I want to. It's almost
Right.
like that mental discipline follows you in the waking
Absolutely.
state. And you just develop it from doing those stupid reps.
Right. Right.
Wander, come back, and then you have a...
Actually, after all these years on the path, I find my mind is always observing all that's going on, and actually has better control than it ever had in my 20s and 30s, because it's aware of everything. Mm-hmm. It's going, oh yeah, we've been there, not going there again.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a great way to think. Let's go that way,
That's right.
You're always conscious.
That's right. That's a dead end. I've been down a few times.
Yeah, I've been down that one.
Skip that one today.
Yeah.
Good. There's a question here about, with the fires going on in Australia and the animals
all the
that we're
animals
seeing.
that are dying.
Do we think
I
that...
think nature spirits are saving the animals? Here's the hard thing for us in humanity. The physical can be destroyed, but the spirit and the soul is not destroyed. It moves back into the higher dimensions. Fire is a symbol of cleansing. And like when the Holy Spirit descends upon you, it does so like a fire. Paul said God is a consuming fire. And so there's a great cleansing going on. But even though the bodies are being cleansed, the spirit and soul of the animals is alive. And the Aborigines know that. The original people know that they live more in the spirit world than in the physical world. But the physical world upsets us so much when we see such terrible things. But life is more in the spirit. So I feel like this cleansing is a transitional process, and that the animal kingdom, the plant kingdom, will recover filled with more spirit, and will ultimately get to the age of the lily, as Edgar Casey called it, the age of the new time when all life is good, and he actually said there will be no temptation, no evil for 1,000 years, because Satan will be bound out of the revelation that you...
Yeah.
I mean, can I imagine?
I live like that already, John.
Oh, yeah, I bet.
No, not quite. So here's a question. What keeps you conscious in such a busy, deadline-oriented world? Just the question is making me nervous.
Honestly,
I'm thinking of all my deadlines I've got to meet.
Yeah. Honestly, I got to tell you, somehow my karma brought me close to a lot of successful AA people, Alcoholics Anonymous. And I learned from them and actually read the book. And I learned that if I'm right here, this minute, these minutes, this hour, this day, I have more power over my emotions, my desires, my getting knocked off track than if I'm just trying to take it all in. So I have an enormous schedule, writing schedule, deadlines, a traveling schedule, airlines, hotel rooms, all that. But if I maintain that mindset that the AA people are trained to maintain, and yet the social support network, I have to have it. Like my friendship with Peter supports me. He knows what my life's like, and that helps me. Those things really started in me when I was in my 30s and got stronger in my 40s, and now they're natural to me. They're natural to me.
Well, I think, I don't know where this quote comes from, but it says that everybody should meditate at least 15, 20 minutes a day. Unless, of course, you're really busy and really stressed out, and there's a lot going on in your world, then you should meditate an hour. So it's almost that the more busy you are, the more you'll gain from meditation than if you were less busy.
And if you become skilled, I can actually meditate on an airplane. Sitting right there in the seat, I can get into a deep meditation.
I find I have some of my best meditations on the airplane.
Okay.
It's just because like sometimes there's no Wi-Fi, there's no distractions, and you just and then there's a buzz on the plane.
Right.
I find it real easy. Sometimes I'll sleep. But I find that's a nice place to take a little. Maybe you're also outside of the magnetic field a bit, or maybe you're closer
3,000 feet up, buckled in, nothing going on. They've dimmed the lights, bang.
All right, here's this is from Valley, I think the name. How are the different addictions related to the centers or glands in the body? Is there an addiction to suffering?
They are related to the glands, and in some of the books I've written, in some of the talks I give, I show how the 7 spiritual centers or endocrine glands, which secrete the hormones which affect your feelings. Hormones are super powerful. Relate to the 7 virtues and the 7 vices. And Edgar Cayce actually said in the Revelation that you and I have studied, actually said when the Spirit comes to one of the 7 churches, it says, I have this in favor of you, and I have this against you. If you will do this, then you will have that. And so each of the 7 centers gets a list of its addiction, of its weakness, by the Spirit saying it. And if you can translate what it means from old King James English to modern psychology, modern psychological thought, you will really know how these energies are working, and you'll be able to change the hormones. Meditation is a powerful hormone changer, and that changes you and gets you stronger.
Well, what I took from Revelation, Cayce's interpretation, is that in the chakras or in the endocrine systems, that's where your karma is stored. And so it's like the what she's talking about with the addictions. There's sexuality, there's anger, there's fear, and I think that was the 4th beast of the body. And I think how you deal with those, do you suppress those tendencies? Do you try to work them through? And I think that can lead to different types of addiction, whether you have a sexual addiction or a food addiction or alcohol addiction or drug addiction. What is it? What karma are you trying to avoid that maybe through meditation or other practices you could harmonize with or face?
And
heal?
In depth psychology, Valley, you want to shine the light on every part of your being, even though you don't want to see it. So you reflect. It's a reflection more than a meditation. and you want to be able to be honest with yourself. And often, if you're married or you have a close relationship, they'll tell you what's really wrong with you. But you have to be honest with yourself and shine the light of your mind into every corner and say, okay, I see where I have that habit pattern, and I've got to overcome that habit of reaction or urges that seem to overwhelm me and I'm out of control. If you're honest with yourself and you're conscious, that's the first step to overcoming them. That's the first step, to be clear and honest with yourself.
Yeah, and I like how you say that meditation as part of that practice. I don't know where I read, but it's almost that meditation can help us avoid lifetimes.
Oh, yeah.
You know, that through meditation you can learn things beyond karma.
Right.
So that maybe it's grace through meditation.
Yeah.
It just introduces you, changes you in a way so you don't have to suffer in a way.
Right.
You gain the access.
That's what you were referring to earlier in the backward flowing motion. If you're always flowing your life force out here, except for sleep, and you never flow back into the deeper, you don't nourish and change the incarnations, change the life force. If you return into the life force, you are enlivened. Edgar uses wonderful words. Revivified, he says. I love that one, revivified. So not only is your body revivified, your soul is, and that eliminates incarnations.
You know what's strange? When I first started, I started meditating when I was 17, and I did the transcendental meditation.
Transcendental.
And I did it faithfully. And I remember when I would meditate, I would see like this light would come up, but you know, it was in my eyes. You know, so it would just look to me like a lava lamp. Like I'd see this thing come up, and then the next one would come up, and I just thought that was normal. And then after a while, when I stopped meditating, I would meditate. It wouldn't have that. I wouldn't get that, like that upward flowing motion. And so every now and then, now I'm starting to get it back. And so I was wondering, you know, sometimes you almost, there's a physical element to that where you start to feel that flow upward.
Now,
but I don't know if everybody experiences it the same way.
Now, the Taoist master will make you use your breath to reverse it. Up here, the breath of life joins your breath. Exhale and bathe your body. Sit in empty breath, very still. Inhale again. So you are reversing the flow from the constant sensual outer flow. By breathing, you drawing it back up, joining with the breath of the infinite, exhaling and bathing all of the physicality.
Do you think we could do a minute or two of that live? Because I think maybe the people watching us could just try that out. Maybe just do a little live meditation.
And there's a big diagram in the book about this circulation breath, and he says not only does the energy move, but the mind moves with it. So consciousness will expand as you keep circulating.
So as I breathe in,
I
see the energy moving up to my head or to the pineal or pituitary?
Just to the fullness of your head. And right, like that.
And then exhale.
Well, first imagine the infinite breath joining with your breath. And then that gives you the magic power. And then as you exhale, you bathe the body. And when
I see. So it's gotten purified in a way?
And energized. And then as you exhale, you come down to where you're in the empty breath, and you sit for a moment in the lower root chakra, perfectly still. It takes time because your diaphragm has to get trained, and then you'll be able to do good breathing.
My diaphragm is trained to eat pizza. Not the same thing. And so as you're doing this, you're visualizing?
Yeah, you're using your imaginative forces. Edgar calls them the imaginative forces.
So you see this energy rising and then uniting with the oneness, the infinite, getting
breath,
purified,
the infinite breath.
Purified, and then coming back to the body?
Yeah, back through the chakras in the spiritual centers, down through the body, bathing it in this new united light.
And then back up.
And then back up. And he says after a while you don't have to imagine, because it really, the energy really is moving. The Kundalini is moving.
Now is Qigong at all related to Taoism?
Qigong is very much.
I can already feel the going up and down.
Well, you know Qigong, and that's what it is. Yeah, that's great.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then what about sound? Is there use of chanting or sound in Taoism? Or is that really Casey?
No, there is sound. I have a recording that's very Taoist. I don't know how we could pick it up here. I could play it off my mobile phone.
Next time you're here.
Oh, okay.
We'll have you back.
Yeah, okay. There is sound, there is chanting, of course. Chanting is very good.
Or is it prayers? Is it, because I know I've heard that those, it's not prayers. The
he uses phrases that are imaginative, not what you and I would call a prayer. So there's no supplication. There's actually transformation by conceptual shift, by thinking in a poetic concept that he writes. And as you process that, it has a magic to the words, and you can actually feel yourself shifting. So it's not quite praying like we think of prayer.
All right, looks like we're getting close to the end of the hour, but we have a last question here from Kim. Is being present simply about not thinking about either the past or the future? When focusing presently, I find that my mind thinks about what is pending in the now. What does it really mean to be present?
Okay. I'll share with you a technique that I developed in my 40s that absolutely helped me get to a deeper state of meditation. And that was putting a pad next to me in meditation and a pen. Because as soon as I was well trained, so I could already control my thoughts. But when I would get in, my subconscious would bring forth a very important thing that I hadn't remembered out here to do, or to call, or to be with, or something. And I would write it down. Then my subconscious would say, oh, okay, that's clear. And then something else might come up, and I'll go, oh, yes, that's very important. I would write it down. Eventually, it had no more things to talk about, and I found myself freed by my subconscious into my superconscious, because it knew I had written everything down.
It's like a relationship. When you come home, you got to walk the dog, all these to-do lists before you can sit down and relax.
Right.
Oh, interesting.
Right.
So you found that really helpful to not try to avoid it. Just write it down,
Your
and then eventually it gets still.
Is trying to help you. Your subconscious has stored important stuff. As soon as you get still, let's say you have some skill, as soon as you get still, it brings up the important stuff. If you will write it down and say, I will do this,
then
I
you can
know
set
this,
it aside.
It goes, okay, we have nothing more to talk about.
Go for it.
Go ahead.
Go to heaven.
Yeah.
Good. Well, I think we're end of our time.
Okay.
Thanks, John. I really enjoyed that, especially the meditation. Even that whatever 30 seconds.
Yeah, I can do
really,
that. I can do that in a conversation. I'm re-energizing.
Yeah, I feel that. I feel that, and I hope that people that watched have tried it out. And so, thanks for joining us, and we hope to see you again soon on this same bat station, same channel. Thank you.
Osho and the Secret of the Golden Flower. Osho and the Secret of the Golden Flower are related to a book and a meditation technique that Osho, a famous Indian mystic and spiritual teacher, taught and commented on. The book is called The Secret of Secrets, The Secret of the Golden Flower, and is based on an ancient Taoist text that Osho describes as the essence of Taoism and the synthesis of all the great religions. The meditation technique is called the Golden Light Meditation, and in it involves visualizing a golden light entering your body from your head and going through your toes while breathing deeply and slowly. Osho says that this meditation can help you transform your energy, awaken your spiritual potential, and connect with your true self and the source of all life. He also explained the concepts and principles of Taoism, such as the balance of yin and yang, the animus and anima, the inner alchemy, and the golden flower. If you're interested in learning more about Osho and the secret of the golden flower, you can read his book or watch his videos on YouTube, where he talks about his insight and experiences. You can also try the Golden Light meditation yourself, following his instructions or listening to his music. The secret of the Golden Flower Light Meditation. Transcription. I will suggest a small method to you that will be of immense help. It has been used by Taoists down the ages. It is given only from the masters to the disciples. That's why it has not been written in the books. But now the time has come that it should be given, because now millions of people are working on their spiritual search through books. Masters are not so available either. This is a simple method of transforming your energy and leading it upwards. And always remember, Taoist methods are very simple. Don't think, how can such a simple thing be of such great importance? Practice it, experiment with it, and you will know. The process is at least twice a day. The best times are early in the morning, just before you get out of your bed. The moment you feel you are alert, awake, do it for 20 minutes. Do it first thing in the morning. Don't get out of the bed. Do it there and there immediately, because when you're coming out of sleep, you are very, very delicate, receptive. When you're coming out of sleep, you are very fresh, and the impact will go very deep. When you're just coming out of your sleep, you are less in the mind than ever. Hence, some gaps are there through which the method will penetrate into your innermost core. And early in the morning, when you're awakening and the whole world is awakening, there is a great tide of awakening energy all over the world. Use that tide. Don't miss that opportunity. All ancient religions used to pray early in the morning when the sun rises, because the rising of the sun is the rising of all the energies in existence. In that moment, you can simply ride on the rising energy wave. It will be easier. By the evening, it will be difficult. Energies will be falling back. Then you will be fighting against the current. In the morning, you'll be going with the current. So the best time to begin is in the early morning, immediately, just when you're half asleep, half awake. And the process is so simple. It needs no postures, no yoga asana, no bath is needed, nothing. You simply lie down, and as you're lying down in your bed, on your back, keep your eyes closed. When you breathe in, just visualize great light entering from your head into your body, as if the sun has risen just close to your head. Golden light pouring into your head. You are just following. You are just hollow, and the golden light is pouring into your head and going deep, deep, and going out through your toes. When you breathe in, do it with this visualization. And when you breathe out,
Visualize another thing. Darkness entering through your toes. A great dark river entering through your toes, coming up and going out through your head. Do slow, deep breathing so you can visualize. Go very slowly. And just out of sleep, you're going to have very deep and slow breaths because the body is relaxed. Let me repeat. Breathing in, let golden light come into you through your head because it is there that the golden flower is waiting. That golden flower will help. It will cleanse your whole body and make it absolutely full of creativity. This is male energy. Then when you exhale, let darkness, the darkness you can conceive, like a dark night river like comes from your toes upward. This is feminine energy. It will soothe you. It will make you receptive. It will calm you. It will give you rest. And let it go out the head. Then inhale again, and golden light enters in. Do this for 20 minutes early in the morning. And then the second best time is when you're going back to sleep in the night. Lie down in your bed, relax for a few minutes. When you start feeling that now you're wavering between sleep and waking, just in that middle, start the process again and continue for 20 minutes. If you fall asleep doing it, it is the best because the impact will remain in the super consciousness and will go on working. And after a 3-month period, you will be surprised the energy that was consistently gathering at the Mahabar, at the lowest, the sex center, is no more gathering there. It is going upwards. Just like the other day, someone had asked a question. He said that he has seen the most beautiful woman around here that he has ever seen anywhere else, but they are not erotic. Why is it so? It is so. His observation is right. If you meditate deeply, you will become non-erotic. You will have a different kind of beauty, but it is not erotic. It will start having the flavor of spirituality. It will start having the subtleness of grace, not the grossness of sexuality. Sex is gross because it's the lowest ring of your ladder. As energies move upward, a totally different kind of beauty and grace arise in you, which is divine. You become less and less of the body and more of the spirit. If you do this simple method for 3 months, you will be surprised. There is no need to repress. Transformation has started happening. A man who holds to the way of conservation all through life may reach the stage of the golden flower. And if you keep on doing this for your whole life, one day it's going to happen. The master Lu Tzu said, your whole life, so that you remain patient. It can happen any
Secret
day.
of the
It can
golden
happen
flower
today or
by
tomorrow,
Shiva
the day
Durga.
after tomorrow.
The
It
secret of the
depends with
golden
what
flower
intensity
is one of the
what
most
sincerity
esoteric
you
treasures
work for,
in the
with
world.
what longing,
It will
what
show you the
totality
way
you
to
go
become
into.
more than
And
the
the
body.
day the
It
golden
will show
flower
you the
blooms
way
in you
to go
is the
beyond
day of Buddhahood.
It will show you
You've
the way
attained
to
the
bloom,
greatest
how
treasure
not to remain a seed, but to become a golden flower. While in India, we have the 1,000-petal lotus. In China, they call it the golden flower. It is a symbol. The flower represents perfection, totality. The flower represents the innermost expression of the potential, the actualization of the potential. The flower represents the beauty, the grandeur, the splendor of being the 1,000-petal lotus or the golden flower. This treatise, The Secret of the Golden Flower, is very ancient, probably one of the most ancient treatises in the world, certainly 25 centuries old, and there is a possibility that is older than that. But 25 centuries can be traced back very easily. and the Trinity is also a great synthesis of all the great religions. That is rare, unique. The Bible belongs to the Christians, the Talmud belongs to the Jews, the Vedas belong to the Hindus, the Dharmapada to the Buddhists, and the Tao Te Ching to the Taoists. But this small book, The Secret of the Golden Flower, belongs to no one in particular and belongs to all. It is deeply based in Taoist teachings. It is the flowering of the Taoist approach to life and existence. But it is not only that. Zoroaster had played a role. Zoroaster's teachings has been incorporated into it. Buddhist teachings have also been incorporated into it. And a certain esoteric school of Christian called the Nestorians, they have also played their part. So Christianity and Judaism also have become part of it. It is one of the most synthetical approaches. It combines all that is beautiful in all the traditions of the world. For centuries it was transmuted orally, and thus the book remained esoteric. It was not available to the public because it was something very secret to teach. It was available only to the initiated disciples. The masters would tell the secret to a disciple only when his time was right, because it gives you such a powerful secret that if you don't understand it rightly, if you do something wrong with it, then are bound to be harmful effects from it. It has to be understood rightly, and it has to be worked at only in the presence of a master. It is the backward flowing method is as powerful as atomic energy, the secret of the golden flower. It is a meditative exercise that involves breathing and contemplation. The practice is said to activate Kundalini, which is believed to be the ultimate experiment in the laboratory of the body. When you detect the sensation of the movement in the lower belly as you breathe, you're ready to initiate the backward flowing method. This sensation may be perceived as breath or energy or breath energy. Whatever its composition, it has the properties of movement and direction. You will perceive it as a sensation, something you can feel, but not actually touch, hear, or see. This sensation may be perceived differently by individual practitioners. The purpose of the backward flowing method is to divert the breath energy. How it works: seminal fluid. When you detect the sensation of movement in the lower cervical fluid as you breathe, after practicing flowing GFM for 100 days, you are ready to initiate reversing the backward flow of the breath energy. What is it that process of the derived a sensation, seminal fluid that moves in the lower belly? A sensation that may be perceived as breath or energy should be approached with breath energy and respect. Whatever its composition, it has the properties of movement and direction. You will perceive it as a sensation, something you can feel, but not actually touch, hear, or see. This sensation may be perceived differently by individual practitioners. That's the reason it's difficult to express with everyday language. I perceived it as a current of air in the lower belly, but now I'm convinced, after many years of reflection and years of listening to various accounts, that it is not air or breath, but an etherized or distilled form of sexual energy. Where does that energy come from? Is it breath? Is it energy? Is it breath energy? It's the result of diaphragmatic deep breathing, DDB. The catalyst of the sublimation process, the fact that you're starting to harness your energies instead of wasting them. Diaphragmatic deep breathing is the key to stabilizing the heart rate, but the key to causing the energy to flow upward to the brain is the backward flowing method. It too works like pump, priming, Reversing the direction of the breath energy begs the process of drawing distilled seminal fluid up the spinal column. I like to call it breath energy because it's the effect that correct breathing practices have on the body's sexual fluids. Correct breathing starts the sublimation process. In other words, a distillation process. Sexual fluids are transformed into pure pranic energy by diaphragmatic breathing practices. In other words, semen or cervical fluids are distilled into pure pranic energy. This movement in the lower belly is a sensation you have probably never felt before. You will either feel it or you won't. If you don't, I encourage you to continue practicing until you feel the breath energy circulating. If you do feel it, read on. I will explain how the backward flowing method works. The purpose of the backward flowing method is to divert the breath energy, the distilled seminal fluid, or in the case of a woman, the distilled cervical fluid, to the brain. If you thought it had any other purpose, you are mistaken. This is the secret of life, pure and simple. The question most people ask after, what is the backward flowing method, is, how does it work? The backward flowing method is a process with a beginning, a middle, and an end. And like any process, it has to proceed step by step in proper order, like a scientific experiment. The first step is to reverse the breath. Reversing the breath triggers step 2, drawing this distilled seminal fluid up the correct channel in the spine. It ensures that the process will unflow correctly without harming or frightening the practitioner. Some respondents ask me, what's so special about restorative golden flower meditation? They say any number of serious meditation methods include some sort of sublimation process, and they're right, some do. The difference is the backward flowing method works by drawing the distilled seminal fluid, breath energy, up the spinal column, not by thinking or visualizing it. What do you mean by drawing? I've been asked that question many times. This is a very subtle technique where implementation begins only at the moment when a practitioner perceives that his breath energy has the property of direction. This occurs in the lower belly. Although the backward flowing method is the key to making it all work, it's a big step to consider because there's no turning back. Using golden flower Kundalini meditation to activate the life force is a restorative process, physically, mentally, spiritually, for me and for the ancients who study and practice this method in the past, as well as for modern practitioners. Yet is a life-changing step. It will affect your being from body to mind, from eating habits to sexual nature. The pranic breath energy, distilled seminal fluid, will be diverted to the brain and used to create a new being with a rejuvenated body and an aptitude for a greater metaphysical exploration and understanding. Once the process is underway, the distilled seminal fluid is diverted to the brain. Sexual activity and even procreation have a debilitating effect, at least during the first phase. The brain needs a constant supply of this pranic breath energy, so you must conserve it. Receiving signals from the body and the ability to interpret them is crucial to your success. Detecting the properties of movement and direction is a perfect example of this type of signal. If you practice regularly, master diaphragmatic deep breathing, Learn to slow your body down until you can't hear it. You'll be able to control your metabolic responses, heart rate, etc. Your being will reach a state of total stillness during meditation, a state of permanent attentiveness, a state of inner visualization, the point where the breath takes over being. You'll be able to observe sensations inside your body. These phenomena are real occurrences in the future of the body. Murphy points to them as examples of the metanormities of everyday life. When you become aware of this activity, that your breath energy in your belly has the properties of movement and direction, it will put you on notice that the time has come to decide whether you want to continue. Should you decide to go forward, all you have to do is to command this pranic energy to change directions. It will obey. It will appear to you that you have changed the direction of the flow of air in your breathing. Instead of moving down the back and up the front, you will command it to move down the front and up the back, the backward flowing method. How does commanding the breath to change direction work? Recently, a young woman started a dialogue about it over the internet. She came up with the phrase directed intention. It's a phrase I think works well to describe the process. Many people have asked me when they can expect this sensation activity to occur. Many ask why it hasn't already happened to them. They even say they might think it might be happening, but they aren't sure they are able to recognize it. They ask me to help them. I told people that it usually happens about 100 days into the meditation's practices, but before it happens, they must master each step, each technique in turn. In other words, there are a certain number of dependencies. How can the individual expect to be able to detect the property of direction in the flow of energy in the lower belly if he hasn't slowed down his breath to the point of absolute stillness? If you do not hear your breath, you become that much more able to feel it, to become one with it. Once you become one with it, you can direct it. But you must master deep breathing completely, to the point when inhale and exhalation become totally still. How long would it take to master deep breathing to a point when you observe the aforementioned property of movement? Whether it takes 100 days or 365 days, if you want to succeed, you'll have to continue until you can breathe without hearing your breath, silent on inhalation, silent on exhalation. As for me telling you if the activity has begun or telling you where it might begin, I can't do that. It's up to you to learn to communicate with your body. What can I say is that if you progress through the breathing exercises and learn to listen to your breathing cycle, you will eventually detect the property of movement, as if the air in your belly is moving. In fact, you become more aware of the slightest occurrences within your body. Why is it drawing the distilled sexual, seminal fluid sexual energy up the spinal column superior to thinking or visualizing or forcing it up the spinal column? These methods can cause the distilled seminal fluid to go up the wrong channel, a condition that may induce severe pain or cause other problems. In Kundalini, the evolution energy in man, Gopi Krishna examines this issue in depth. The backward flowing method never lets this happen. Why? Because once again, it's like pump priming. Changing the direction of the energy kicks off the sublimation process, opening the reservoir of seminal fluid and sending its distilled essence on its way up the proper channels. Its seamless, impenetrable, handshaking process, the breath slowly drawing the seminal fluid out of the reservoir, distilling it, and sending it up. A connection between the backward flowing method process and Joe Dispenza dependencies center work. Step 1. In the realm of holistic well-being and consciousness without adversely affecting two distinct yet interrelated approaches have gained popularity activation in recent years. And two, the backward flowing method, rooted in Taoist traditions, one cannot and Joe Dispenza's teachings on opening and aligning energy property of movement. While these practices emerge from different cultures, lower philosophical background dependency, they share common threads and other complementary insights in harnessing the body's inner energies for healing and transformation. The backward flowing method, a Taoist perspective. The backward flowing method is a fundamental aspect of Taoist practices, a tradition rooted in ancient Chinese philosophy and spirituality. At its core, Taoism seeks harmony and balancing by aligning with the Tao, the fundamental principle that underlies all existence. Central to Taoist thought is the concept of qi or qi, the vital life force that flows within and around us. Taoist practitioners believe that cultivating and harmonizing qi leads to physical health, spiritual growth, and longevity. The backward flowing aspect of this method suggests a reversal or redirection of qi within the body. Taoist text describes this as a means of clearing blockages, rebalancing energy, and fostering the circulation of vital forces. It is a practice that combines breath control, meditation, visualization, and movement exercises to influence the flow of energy, ultimately aiming to achieve a state of harmony within the body. Joe Dispenza's Energy Center work, a modern synthesis. Joe Dispenza, a contemporary author, researcher, and speaker, has drawn from both scientific understanding and spiritual principles to develop his teachings on opening and aligning energy centers within the body. While his approach is firmly rooted in modern Western thought, it incorporates elements of ancient wisdom, such as the concept of energy centers that closely resembles the chakras in Indian spirituality. In Dispenza's work, these energy centers are seen as crucial focal points for personal transformation. He advocates for a combination of meditation, intention setting, and visualization to activate and align these centers. By doing so, individuals can influence their psychology, emotional states, and overall well-being. Dispenza's techniques emphasizes the power of the mind and consciousness to heal the body and create positive life changes. Connecting the dots, common threads. While the backward flowing method and Joe Dispenza's energy centers were originally from different cultures and philosophical backgrounds, they share common threads. 1. Energy awareness. Both approaches recognize the significance of energy awareness in promoting holistic health, whether it's the circulation of qi in Taoism or the alignment of energy centers in Dispenza's work. Both highlight the importance and understanding of working with the body's energetic aspects. 2. Meditation and visualization. Meditation is a core practice in both systems. It serves as a means to shift consciousness, become more aware of inner processes, and direct intention towards healing and transformation. Visualization techniques are also employed to influence the flow of energy. 3.
mind-body connection. Both approaches underscore the profound connection between mental states and physical well-being. They emphasize that the mind has the power to affect the body, enabling profound healing and personal growth. 4. Spiritual growth. Taoism and Dispenza's teaching share an underlying theme of spiritual growth and self-realization. They suggest that by working with energy and consciousness, individuals can evolve beyond their limitations and tap into their full potential. In essence, while the backward-flowing method and Joe Dispenza's energy center work may differ in their historical and cultural origins, they converge in their recognition of the transformative potential of human consciousness and energy. As seekers of well-being and self-realization, individuals can benefit from exploring these approaches and integrating their insights into their own personal growth. Exploring the relationship between the backward-flowing method and the 6 yogas of Naropa. In the vast tapestry of spiritual practices and tradition, 2 distinct paths emerge, each originating from different cultures and philosophical backgrounds. The backward-flowing method from Taoism and the 6 yogas of Naropa from Tibetan Buddhism. While they may appear dissimilar on the surface, a deeper examination reveals intriguing parallels and underlying principles that connect these ancient practices. The Taoist backward flow method. The backward flowing method is the quintessential Taoist practice that hails from ancient China. Taoism, characterized by its emphasis on harmony, balance, and the cultivation of inner energy, qi, has deep roots in Chinese culture and cosmology. At its core, the backward-flowing method is a meditative and energetic practice aimed at redirecting and harmonizing the flow of qi within the body. The central principles of this practice include the flow. 1. Flow of qi. Taoism recognizes the vital life force, qi, as a fundamental to health and spiritual growth. The backward-flowing method seeks to reverse or redirect the natural flow of qi within the body to clear blockages and promote optimal circulation. 2. Balance and harmony. Taoist philosophy revolves around aligning with the Tao, the fundamental principles of existence. The backward-flowing method is a means to achieve balance, harmony, and longevity by harmonizing one's inner energies. 3. Mind-body connection. This practice acknowledges the profound connection between the mind and body. Through meditation, visualization, and specific movements, practitioners aim to achieve a unified state of mental and physical well-being. 4. Spiritual insight. While the backward-flowing method primarily focuses on health and vitality, it can lead to a heightened spiritual awareness and insights as the practitioner becomes attuned to the flow of qi and the rhythms of nature. The Tibetan Buddhist 6 yogas of Naropa. In stark contrast, the 6 yogas of Naropa are a set of advanced tantric practices within Tibetan Buddhism, rooted in Indian Buddhist traditions and adapted to Tibetan culture. These yogas are designed to accelerate the path to enlightenment
The primary goals of the 6 yogas include 1. Transformation of inner energies. Each of the 6 yogas address specific aspects of inner energy work, such as inner heat, tumo, dream yoga, and clear light meditation. These practices aim to harness and transform subtle energies within the practitioner's body. 2. Dissolution of dualistic perception. Tibetan Buddhism, including the 6 yogas, emphasize the dissolution of dualistic perceptions of reality. Practitioners work to transcend ordinary concepts of self and other, ultimately realizing the emptiness and interconnectedness of all phenomena. 3. Swift path to Buddhahood. The 6 yogas are advanced practices intended for experienced practitioners on the path to Buddhahood. They are a part of a broader tantric tradition that includes rituals, mantras, and deity yoga. Exploring the relationships. At first glance, the backward flowing method and the 6 yogas in Naropa appear distinct due to their origins, goals, and cultural context. Taoism draws from Chinese cosmology and focuses on health, balance, and spiritual insight. In contrast, Tibetan Buddhism, including the 6 yogas, is deeply embedded within Tibetan culture and aspects to swift enlightenment through inner energy work and transcending dualism. However, a deeper exploration reveals some themes and principles. 1. Inner energy work. Both practices acknowledge the significance of inner energy work. While their methods and terminologies differ, both recognize the importance of harmonizing and transforming inner energies for spiritual growth. 2. Mind-body connection. Both traditions recognize the interconnectedness of the mind and body in the pursuit of spiritual realization. Meditation and inner energies practices play a crucial role in both paths. 3. Spiritual growth. While the primary goals differ, both traditions acknowledge that heightened spiritual awareness and insight can result from their respective practices. 4. Alignment with natural forces. Taoism emphasizes alignment with the Tao, the natural way of things, while Tibetan Buddhism seeks alignment with the fundamental nature of reality. Both encourage practitioners to harmonize with larger universal forces. In summary, the backward flowing method and the 6 yogas of Naropa are distinct paths with unique cultural and philosophical backgrounds. While they not be directly related, they share common threads related to inner energy work, meditation, and spiritual growth. Practitioners interested in exploring these traditions should approach them with respect to their respective lineages and teachers, recognizing the richness and diversity of spiritual practices across cultures. Exploring the relationship between the backward flowing method and Kundalini Yoga. Within the vast landscape of spiritual practices, 2 distinct traditions, the backward flowing method and Kundalini Yoga, have emerged, each with its unique origins and principles. Despite their distinct backgrounds, there are intriguing parallels and shared themes that suggest a deeper connection between these practices. The Taoist backward flowing method. The backward flowing method is deeply rooted in Taoism, an ancient Chinese philosophical and spiritual tradition. At its core, Taoism emphasizes living in harmony with the Tao, the fundamental principle of existence. The backward flowing method is a meditative and energetic practice aimed at harmonizing the flow of vital life force known as qi within the body. Key principles of this practice include qi circulation. Taoism places great importance on the balance and harmonious circulations of qi, which is considered essential for physical and spiritual well-being. The backward flow method seeks to redirect and optimize the flow of qi within the body. 2. Mind-body unity. Taoism recognizes the profound connection between the mind and body. Practitioners of the backward flowing method use meditation, visualization, and specific movements to cultivate a unified state of mental and physical harmony. 3. Natural alignment. Tao's philosophy encourages individuals to align themselves with the natural rhythms and cycles of the universe. This alignment is believed to promote health, longevity, and spiritual insight. Kundalini Yoga. Kundalini Yoga, on the other hand, is a spiritual practice with its origins in ancient India, particularly within the broader traditions of yoga. At its core, Kundalini Yoga focuses on awakening and harnessing the dormant energy located at the base of the spine, known as Kundalini. Key principles of Kundalini Yoga include 1. Awakening Kundalini. The central goal of Kundalini Yoga is to awaken and guide the Kundalini energy from the base of the spine to the crown of the head. This awakening is believed to lead to spiritual enlightenment and a heightened state of consciousness. 2. Chakra activation. Kundalini Yoga works extensively with the concept of chakras, which are energy centers within the body. Through specific practices, practitioners aim to activate and balance these chakras to facilitate the upward movement of Kundalini energy. 3. Energy flow. Kundalini Yoga recognizes the importance of a balanced and free flow of energy throughout the body. Blockages or imbalances in this energy flow are believed to lead to physical and philosophical disturbances. Exploring the relationships. While the backward flowing method and Kundalini Yoga hail from different cultures and philosophical backgrounds, they share common themes and principles. 1. Energetic focus. Both practices place significant emphasis on working with and harmonizing inner energies. While the terminology and methods may differ, both acknowledge the importance of energy flow within the body. 2. Mind-body connection. Both traditions recognize the interconnectedness of the mind and body in the pursuit of spiritual growth. Meditation, breath control, and specific movements are integral components of both practices. 3. Spiritual transformation. While their primary objectives may differ, both traditions acknowledge the potential for heightened spiritual awareness and transformation through their respective practices. 4. Alignment with universal forces. Taoism encourages alignment with the Tao, the natural way of existence, while Kundalini Yoga focuses on aligning with the universal and cosmic energies. Both traditions emphasize the importance of connecting with larger universal forces. In summary, the backward flowing method and Kundalini Yoga are distinct practices originating from different cultures and philosophical contexts. However, they share common threads related to inner energy work, mind-body unity, spiritual growth, and alignment with universal forces. Practitioners interested in exploring these traditions should approach them with respect to the respective lineages and teachings, recognizing the richness and diversity of spiritual practices across cultures.
Pratyahara. Pratyahara is a combination of two Sanskrit words. Prati, the prefix against or contra, and ahara, brings near, fetch. Pratyahara is drawing one's awareness. It is the process of retracting that sensory experience from external objects. It is not a step. It is a step of self-extraction and abstraction. Pratyahara is not consciously closing one's eyes to the sensory world. It is consciously closing one's mind's process to the sensory world. Pratyahara empowers one to stop being controlled by the external world, fetch one's attention to seek self-knowledge, and experience the freedom innate in one's inner world. Pratyahara marks the transition of yoga experience from the first four limbs of Patanjali's Astanga scheme that perfectly external forms to the last three limbs that perfect the yogi's inner static moving from outside to inside, from the outer sphere of the body to the inner sphere of the spirit. I first learned about Pratyahara withdrawal of the external senses in India many moons ago. 49 years ago to be exact. I learned that we have 5 external senses and 5 external senses. Oh, seeker of truth, I have witnessed such a great wonder. A well suspended in the sky from which ambrosia ceaselessly flows. A layman climbs it without any ladder and drinks jugs of that nectar. Gong, conches, and kettle drums ring out without being played by anyone. The deaf hear them and become ecstatic. They lose track of body and mind. Up there is a palace without foundation, which is radiant with light. The blind see it and are so overjoyed they can't stop talking about it. In that place, a person dies, yet continues to live and has strength without eating food. Brahmanan says that only a rare soul can understand his tale. By closing down the external senses, one begins to develop the internal senses. This is the doorway to discover your true nature. A wise man understands this. One begins to cultivate the inner senses. One begins to realize one's true nature. And instead of just being a physical body, one slowly begins to see that you are the universe inside of a human body. One begins to see the harmony in all things. Most people's senses are always external. We think happiness exists outside of ourselves. Therefore, we chase the carrot on the stick. Our happiness is dependent on the external, which always changes. Therefore, our happiness will come and go. That is the nature of things. Everything comes and goes. Just think, you are the universe. You just don't know it. Yet every night, when you go into the deep sleep, you go back to the source. You just aren't aware of it. The more one meditates and consciously withdraws the external senses, one will advance on the journey of life. It's ironic that the human body is wired and has the software for discovering the jewel within. It's been there the entire time since you were born. Yet it is enigmatic and foreign to us. Most humans refuse to even recognize it. Don't go there. I don't want to hear about this. Don't tell me what to do. You're trying to convert me. Look, there's nothing to convert to. This is your true nature. A wise man learns there are infinite levels of withdrawing the external senses. We are always fine-tuning the guitar of life. We can never rest on our laurels. In fact, thinking you have laurels won't take you very far on this journey of life. One must become humble and in harmony with life. The sun in the sky doesn't boast and say, "Worship me." Without me, you wouldn't be alive. The sun in the sky just shines. The more one withdraws the external senses, one becomes to be in harmony with life. The ego must be left behind. There are safety mechanisms set into place. The ego can take you so far, and then it reaches a wall and can't go further. Only a child at heart can enter the kingdom of heaven. Remember, you are the piece of this puzzle. Discover your true nature. Learn how to meditate and withdraw your external senses.
I have studied meditation for fun for a very long time. I have learned the following. Just like we have 5 external senses to be in this world, we have 5 internal senses to be in God's world. The kingdom of heaven is within. We are born to be hardwired with God. There is so much of God just contained in our DNA. We were created to experience so much more than what we have. Our car is just sitting in the garage. All the great masters have said, go within. Use your internal senses and experience God. There is a light to see. This light is pure love. Listen to the ringing in your ears. This will help start your journey. Be your breath. Feel the power of love. The universe is behind your breath. This is not just some theory. Millions of people are experiencing this in this moment. You can solve this puzzle. Open up your eyes. I don't know why people pass this up. We are all searching for happiness externally. We get glimpses of happiness, yet it disappears like a thief in the night. There is no conversion or convincing. The facts are laid out. The kingdom of heaven is within.
It doesn't matter if you follow religion or not. The facts are laid out. The kingdom of heaven lies within. It doesn't matter your background. Nobody cares about your race. We are one after all. All we are saying is your car is sitting in your garage getting dusty. You have the opportunity to take your car for a spin. Become a race car driver. Your car was meant to be driven. There are signposts of God everywhere. No matter where you go, God is there. He even knows what you are thinking. Oh, how can God know me? He has so many more important things to maintain. The power of love knows you more than you know yourself. It knows your true essence. At times when you're driving, put your cell phone down. Just enjoy the ride. Take time to relax on this journey. The more you pay attention inside, the more signposts of God will appear in your life. You will see the universe is alive. There are signposts of God everywhere. You can solve this puzzle. It's time for a new act. Mankind has been acting for a very long time. It seems we have been performing for a very long time. It's like the record we are playing is always repeating itself. War, war, and war. Anger, anger, and anger. For centuries, we have played the same track. It's time for a new track. Let's drop these old energies forever. Let's embrace peace, love, and tolerance. Be kind. Be thoughtful towards your fellow man. Learn from your mistakes. There is a new way to act within this divine play. Discover your new role. Become one with it. Perfected. You will have solved your piece of the puzzle. One by one, peace will be unearthed.
Magic of letting things happen. Once upon a time, in a world not so different from our own, there was a wise person who discovered a secret, a hidden treasure in the mind. This treasure was known as the magic of letting things happen. It was a precious gift that held the power to transform lives and bring about great wisdom and understanding. The wise man's journey began in the world of modern psychology, a place where people explored the mysteries of the human mind. They studied thoughts, feelings, and the hidden depths of the soul. But our wise friend was not content with just what they learned from books and lectures. They wanted to uncover a deeper truth, something that could connect them to the ancient wisdom of the East. You see, the wise person didn't start their journey with knowledge of Chinese philosophy or ancient teachings. They were like a curious child, eager to explore the world of the mind. As they began their career in helping others through psychology and psychotherapy, they stumbled upon something incredible, a secret path that had been hidden for centuries. This path was a bit like magic. It led to a place where the wisdom of the East met the science of the West. It was as if the wise person had discovered a bridge between two worlds, a way to understand the mysteries of the mind that transcended culture and time. But the path was not an easy one to follow. It required a special kind of art, the art of letting things happen. Instead of trying to control every thought and feeling, the wise person learned to watch and observe. They discovered that depth within the human psyche, there was a hidden stream of consciousness, a place where thoughts and fantasies flowed freely. At first, the stream seemed chaotic and confusing. It was like trying to catch fireflies in the dark. But the wise person persevered. They realized that to truly understand this magic, they had to let go of their need to control and analyze everything. As they continued on their journey, something remarkable happened. The chaotic stream of consciousness began to reveal its secrets. It showed the wise person that deep within themselves there was a source of wisdom and insight that they had never tapped into before. This wisdom was not something that could be forced or manufactured. It was a natural part of the human psyche, like a hidden treasure waiting to be discovered. And as the wise person continued to let things happen, this treasure began to shine brighter and brighter. This journey was not without its challenges. The conscious mind resisted, offering objections and doubts. But the wise person learned to gently set aside these objections and trust in the process. They realized that the magic of letting things happen was not about forcing or controlling, but allowing and accepting. And so the wise person's journey continued, and they discovered that this magic was just not for them alone. It was a gift that could be shared with others, a way to help those who felt lost or stuck in life. As the story goes, the wise person's teaching spread far and wide, and people from all walks of life began to learn the magic of letting things happen. They found that this simple but profound practice could lead to greater wisdom, deeper understanding, and a richer, more meaningful life. And so, the secret of the magic of letting things happen became a cherished part of the world, a reminder that sometimes the most powerful transformations occur when we simply allow life to unfold like a beautiful story waiting to be told. The Tao Te Ching and the Secret of the Golden Flower. The Tao Te Ching and the Secret of the Golden Flower are two significant texts in Chinese philosophy and spirituality. The Tao Te Ching, also known as the Tao Te Ching, is a classic Chinese text attributed to the philosopher Lao Tzu. It is considered one of the most important works in Taoism and has a profound influence on Chinese culture and philosophy. The Secret of the Golden Flower, on the other hand, is a Taoist text that focuses on meditation and inner alchemy. While both texts explore similar themes and concepts such as harmony with nature, self-cultivation, and spiritual transformation, they approach these topics from different perspectives. The Tao Te Ching emphasizes the concept of Wu Wei, which can be translated as non-action or effortless action. It encourages individuals to align themselves with the natural flow of the universe and to live in harmony with the Tao, or the Way. The secret of the golden flower, on the other hand, delves into the practice of nidam, or inner alchemy. It provides instructions for cultivating and refining one's inner energy with the ultimate goal of achieving spiritual enlightenment. Despite these differences, both texts share a common denominator on their emphasis on self-transformation and spiritual growth. They offer guidance on how to live a meaningful and fulfilling life by cultivating virtues such as humility, compassion, and mindfulness. Both texts also emphasize the importance of self-awareness and self-reflection as essential tools for personal development. In summary, while the Tao Te Ching and the Secret of the Golden Flower approach spirituality from different angles, they both provide valuable insights into the human experience and offer guidance for living a balanced and harmonious life. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. Lao Tzu. The Tao Te Ching. The Tao Te Ching, also known as the Tao Te Ching, is a fundamental text in Chinese philosophy and is attributed to the sage Lao Tzu. It is a classic work of Taoism and is considered one of the most important texts in Chinese literature and philosophy. The Tao Te Ching is often regarded as a foundation text for understanding Taoism's principles and practices. The title, Tao Te Ching, can be translated in several ways. 1. Tao Te Ching means the classic of the way and its power, or the classic of the virtuous way. 2. Tao can be translated as the way or the path. It represents the fundamental, unnameable principle that underlies everything in the universe. 3. Te can be translated as virtue, power, integrity, or potency. Represents the inner strength and integrity that lies with the Tao. The Tao Te Ching consists of 81 short chapters or verses, which are poetic and philosophical in nature. These chapters explore the principle of Taoism and provide guidance on how to live a harmonious life in accordance with the Tao. Some of the central themes and concepts in the text include: 1. The Tao. The Tao is the fundamental, unchanging, ineffable principle that encompasses everything in the universe. It is the source of all existence and the way to live in harmony with nature. 2. Wu Wei. Wu Wei translates to non-action or effortless action. It emphasizes the idea of going with the natural flow of life, not forcing things and allowing events to unfold spontaneously. 3. Simplicity. The text encourages simplicity and humility, suggesting that by reducing desires and attachments, individuals can attain a state of contentment and inner peace. 4. Balance and harmony. Taoism emphasizes the importance of balance and harmony in all aspects of life. This includes balancing opposites such as yin and yang and living in harmony with nature. 5. Paradox. The Tao Te Ching often employs paradoxical statements to convey its teachings. It highlights the limitations of conventional thinking and encourages readers to embrace ambiguity and paradox. 6. Leadership and Governance. Several chapters offer advice on leadership and governance, emphasizing the idea that leaders should rule with humility and not seek domination. 7. Returning to the source. The text suggests that individuals should return to their true nature and align with the Tao to find inner peace and fulfillment. The Tao Te Ching has a profound influence on Chinese culture, philosophy, and spirituality. It has been studied and interpreted by scholars, philosophers, and practitioners for centuries. Its teachings continue to inspire individuals seeking wisdom, balance, and a deeper understanding of the nature of existence.
Intro. I have always been fascinated by the East. As a young child, my parents had a statue of the Buddha and a painting of Kuan Yin. Sitting on my bookshelf lies a copy of the Tao Te Ching. It has been sitting there for many moons. Mind you, many of you probably weren't born. It's been that long. My favorite part is the opening. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of the 10,000 things. Ever desireless, one can see the mystery. Ever desiring, one sees the manifestation. These two spring from the same source, but differ in name. This appears as darkness. Darkness within darkness, the gate to all mystery. Whenever I read this, it sends shivers down my spine. How eloquently said. This was written by Lao Tzu about 300 BC. I love good mysteries. My brother and I are extremely curious. Ever since I was a kid, I actively pursued the great mysteries. About 6 months ago, I started to do a Qigong practice. I love it. I've been practicing every day. Recently, with the worldwide shutdown, I had some time on my hands. In my morning meditations, I thought I would read the Tao Te Ching and absorb it. I find scriptures fascinating. There is a great mystery to be solved. Each sacred book talks about, in their own subtle ways, how to discover the jewel within. Lao Tzu was one of them. The most books ever sold except for the Bible was the Tao Te Ching. It was sitting on my bookshelf waiting patiently for me to open it up. The Tao is ever so patient. It took billions of years for man to appear on Earth. Modern-day scientists and mystics are talking about the Tao using a different way of expressing it. Scientists call the Tao the quantum field. This field exists beyond time and space. It was, is, and will always be. It exists in all dimensions. Yet centuries before Christ, the sage, discovered the Tao, or the way. It wasn't a philosophy. They had first-hand experience of it. These teachings are more relevant today. The world is in chaos. The Tao Te Ching can help humanity to discover the jewel inside. Remember, You can talk about a mango, yet without trying to mango, it's just book knowledge. The Tao is a practical path. At times, I think humanity wants to give their offering once a week and call it quits. Maybe this worldwide shutdown will be an opening call. Only time will tell. There are 81 short quotes. I'm putting my commentary for each. I use the word ponder a lot in my writings. I'm pondering deep inside myself to understand this precious wisdom. I don't want to skim the surface. Anybody can do that. I want to discover the pearls of wisdom for each one. I hope you enjoy the book.
Closing. The golden flower blooms. In the land where secrets whispered on the breeze, and ancient wisdom flowed like a river, Lee's journey into the secret of the golden flower had come full circle. The pages of the mystical book had unfolded before him like the petals of a long dormant flower, and now he stood on the brink of its final revelation. Throughout his quest, Lee had learned that the golden flower was not just a symbol, but a representation of the human spirit, a spirit waiting to bloom and radiate its inner light. He had delved deep into the teachings of balance and harmony, uncovering the hidden treasure within himself. The old sage, Master Wee, had been his guiding star, illuminating the path of self-discovery. Lee had discovered that the secret wasn't locked within the book, but resisted within his very being, waiting to be acknowledged and nurtured. As he sat beneath the ancient tree where he had first found the book, Lee reflected on his journey. He had learned that inner peace and stillness were like the roots of a tree, grounding him in the present moment. Through meditation and mindfulness, he learned to quiet the storm of his thoughts, allowing his true self to emerge. Lee had discovered the importance of the breath. Just as the flower needs air and sunlight to flourish, with each mindful breath he found himself aligned with the rhythm of life, harmonizing with the world around him. But perhaps the most profound lesson he had learned was that of unity and interconnectedness. Just as the golden flower was part of the entire garden, he was part of the vast tapestry of existence. Every living thing, every person, and every moment was intertwined, creating our harmonious whole. Now, as Lee closed his eyes and breathed in deeply, he felt a profound sense of peace wash over him. It was as if he had locked a door deep within his heart, revealing the radiant golden flower that he had been waiting, to bloom. In that moment of clarity, he understood the true secret of the golden flower, the secret of the self. It was the realization that he was not separate from the universe, but a vibrant thread woven into the fabric of existence. He was the golden flower, and so was everyone, and everyone around him. With a sense of profound gratitude, Lee opened his eyes and a smile spread across his face. He had found the key to unlock the mysteries of the golden flower, and it was love. Love for oneself, for others, and for the world. As he left the ancient tree and walked back to his village, Lee carried the wisdom of the golden flower in his heart. He knew that his journey would continue, but now he walked with the light of inner wisdom illuminating his path. And so, the secret of the golden of the leaf and the secret of the golden flower reminds us that the greatest secrets of all are not hidden in books or buried in the earth, but are waiting to be discovered within ourselves. It is a journey of self-discovery, inner peace, and unity with the world, a journey that blooms like a golden flower in the garden of the heart